Good evening, everyone. It's Saturday, June 21st, 2025, 10 p.m. Central Standard Time here in Champaign, Illinois. You're joining me for the second part of our playthrough of Detective Box Woodlock University. We have lots to cover before we get started today, but let me first check in with the chat, see how everyone is doing. Okay, so 15 viewers today. Let's talk a little bit about where we are, what our plans for today, what our approach is going in. So first of all, let's talk a little bit about YouTube, about what we're doing here today. There are people who walk through life and they're just carefree. And then there are people who just run around on their normal daily level with a little bit of anxiety. You might call these people on the neurotic scale or whatever, a little bit high strung. These are the people who are sort of go into the movie theater looking where are the exit routes and stuff like that. And I've accepted that I am one of these people that doesn't live a carefree life. I live with a little bit of baseline general anxiety. And I suspect that many of you watching are the same. And why do I say that? Because I think there's what do they call it? It's like there's behavior that's self-soothing. Whether you're touching your face or you're eating your ice cream or you're watching your favorite TV shows that you know are bad, but you're seeing the same people every week. There's some comfort level with familiarity. The world feels a little anxious. There's some anxiety level in the world today. Here, June 21st, 2025. It will pass. But you would be excused for thinking there are bigger things to worry about in the world than YouTube and solving a fake murder case. And you'd be right, of course. There are more important things to be worrying about. And I do hope that all of you have full lives where you've got projects that you're working on, things that are important to you. But I'm of the group that believes that playing games is like a safe place to put aside differences and escape from some of the stresses of life. And so that's part of what we do here. We take these investigations very seriously, but we also know that it's a game and it's an escape. So anyway, there's that. Now, yesterday, well, let me just cap that whole thing off by saying that I really do appreciate this group here. I'm on record talking about how I don't understand these channels that are like the most important thing is that we spread the word about gaming, or that you're all part of you're like representatives of this channel, or that the point is we're here because we're enjoying each other's company. And I am very appreciative to have those of you in the channel here to share this experience with and commiserate and celebrate, etc. All right. Now, yesterday we played for 7 hours, the first box of this game. And it was a mixed experience. There are some things that are very impressive here. And then there were two places where I really felt like I was being punished. And we got past the first one after 45 minutes of trying to straighten these little strips. But somewhere around hour 6, between hour 6 and hour 7, may have been even longer than that, we were working on a cipher stuff, a code, deciphering a code that was really frustrating. And probably we should have taken a break before then. But with 3 boxes, I wanted to do 1 box per night. But in the end, I sort of rage quit the stream after 7 hours. And frequently with these things, when you get a little perspective out of the heat of the moment, things look a little clearer. So I did go back and I did decipher the code. It was, in fact, exactly what we were trying to make work. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to explain to you what the cipher solution was from yesterday. We'll sort of recap it. Then we'll do a little bit of a recap of the case in general to catch you up if you weren't here for yesterday's stream, although I think it would make sense, rather than joining us for today, if you catch up with yesterday's stream. So we'll go over the cipher solution and what it is. We'll do a little bit of kvetching about it, complaining about it. And then we'll put it in and we'll proceed through the next objective. I suspect we'll be up to box 2 tonight fairly quickly. I have scheduled the third box for tomorrow, rather than try to cram it in tonight. I think we should learn from yesterday's lesson. We'll just play box 2 tonight. If the world still exists, we'll be playing box 3 tomorrow. Tomorrow afternoon, we'll start with Dear Homes, and then we'll meet again at 10 p.m. to finish the third box in this set. All right, let me check in with the chat before I do any of that, see how everyone's doing. Okay. So, the other thing to say is that Jonathan Warner was saying that there was something in the tutorial that might be relevant for us. And so, if Jonathan Warner is here, maybe Jonathan can tell us about that first. Does that make sense? Or do you want to do the cipher stuff first? Well, I guess while we're waiting, let's explain the cipher stuff. So we found early on, we've got some weird codes written at the murder scene of Henry Coleman. That's whose murder we're investigating. And those were here, or you could argue maybe they would have been written by him, so they're this way. We don't know. But we don't know what these were. And we got to a point where we finished the first objective of the game, and we have our new objective. This is what we were working on. We're supposed to find the secret society headquarters. A location number and an entry number. Location number, we have a big map of the university, so it's going to be one of the locations there. We had some clues that it might be in the Da Vinci House. We don't know, but it's the headquarters, we think, of this secret society, the Copper Circle, that we think Henry Coleman might have belonged to. Now, we know from evidence that Henry had done some research on codes and that he was using the Vignere cipher. We checked with our blacklight and we could see that the key that he was using, at least, was Woodlock, which is the name of this university. So we've been looking for a place to use this Vignere cipher. And we made sense of a message he left that said, find the flag on the website, and then the password to that is on the wall of the headquarters. So the objective wants the headquarters location, and we think once we get to the headquarters location, we'll be able to get the password. Password will be able to get us into this flag website. So we've got a mention that the statue of the founder of the university has some secret message about how to get into maybe the secret society, maybe the Copper Circle. Little bit ambiguously worded, but we think it's this message here. Then we had two little breakthroughs. The first breakthrough was to realize that this statement, science and history and literature, these are the keys to scholarship. So the first mini breakthrough was to realize that here's the statue, and actually this building is the science building, and this is the history and literature building, which completely matches with this idea, science, history, and literature, and west-east, because here is, we know north is this way, so west and east are these two science and literature buildings. That was a little breakthrough, a little epiphany, and we went and we sent one of our helpers here to look at the portraits in these two buildings. And in fact, they did discover the portraits with some secret writing on them. And that gave us these two portraits. This one here which says building number and then is written in this code, same as the code that was put in front of Henry. And this was on the other portrait, which says access. Then there's this PB and IO, or PB and 10, or PI and BO. We don't know. This looks like it's the age of the university, so very old. Anyway, access and building number, which seems to correspond to these two questions. Where do you go? What building do you go in, and how do you enter through? This seems like it's access. So we think that these two portraits are going to give us the answer to these. So then that leaves us with, how do we decode this code? And that's where we got into trouble. Because what we did was we wrote out these two and the code in front of Henry, which is in the same alphabet. And we tried to make sense of it. We tried to figure it out on our own. We tried to deductively solve this code. Got enough examples of it that it feels like we might be able to solve it. This one looks like it's broken into 3 words, a 2-letter word, a 3-letter word with some duplicates. And it seems to be giving us a building number. So we thought, how do you express a number in so many words? But maybe we have enough information to solve it. The message in front of Henry, someone made an interesting guess that it might be saying copper for copper circle, which is very intriguing because we've got double letters here. So could this be C-O-P-P-E-R? Could we deductively figure out the alphabet to this strange code we've never seen? We struggled on that for an hour or so. And mystified, one of the viewers said, hey, I think I recognize this cipher as being the Knights Templar cipher, an existing real cipher. Well, that's pretty upsetting, because how are we supposed to know that? We tried to look for other clues that could tell us what it is, but we didn't find any. And sure enough, when we looked up the Knights Templar cipher, we did, in fact, find something that looked exactly what our code is. Now that's pretty upsetting, because how are we supposed to know that? How are we supposed to find that? Here we are trying to deductively solve it. Now, we tried decrypting the code with this Templar cipher, and it wouldn't work. We got gibberish. Now, we knew that it looked a lot like Pigpen cipher, which is very similar to this Templar cipher, but I've never heard of Templar cipher, but it's very similar to Pigpen cipher. You can look up Pigpen. Anyway, so we knew very early on, maybe this is similar to Pigpen, but this is a little more convoluted. But you can see one of the tricky parts about this is we've got these codes that there's some ambiguity about what's the orientation. Like, some in the channel were saying, hey, I think this PBIO is a clue that we should be reading it this way. So you can see when you rotate this, the symbols, the decryption changes. So we tried that, that didn't work. And then we said, is it possible that the Vingere cipher is being used on top of this Templar cipher? Which is an insane thing to do. But we tried to make it work. The problem is that it's multiple steps to do this Vignere. It's multiple orientations for the Templar cipher, possibly. There's not making any mistakes. So anyway, we tried it a little bit and we couldn't get it to work. But in fact, that is exactly what it is. It is a Templar cipher, and then on top of it, the Vigneri cipher. And so that's what happened. Now, there's several things that make it even more difficult, more error prone, but let me just show you what happened. First of all, the graffiti. Now, the graffiti caused a little bit of problem. I forget which one we tried to decipher first. But if you look at this, okay, you can see there is a dot in front of, in that little first letter, assuming this is the right side up, which it is. But when I initially transcribed it, I didn't see the dot. So here was this. This is our Knights Templar decrypting. And then here is using the Vigneri with the Woodlock key, which was no guarantee that this Woodlock guy 100 years ago would be using this key. I thought maybe it could just be Henry Coleman's key. But anyway, it's Enich. And then I realized, okay, that first letter looks wrong. If you put the dot in here, then you get then this matches to an S. So using the Knights Templar and Vigneri on top of it, the words in front of Henry Coleman are snitch. So that sounds like they've killed Henry Coleman, maybe because he's told someone about the secret society. Now notice that because the authors decided to run two ciphers on top of each other, and because the Vigneri cipher doesn't map always same symbol to same letter, this double that we were trying to use to deductively solve this alphabet doesn't work anymore. This one matches to an I and this one matches to a T. So the fact that they've used the Vigneri cipher means it would have been impossible to deductively figure out this alphabet. The next word on the access thing, this PBIO doesn't seem to have any relevance. This just deciphers to fireplace. Okay, that's fairly simple enough. If we had worked on this one first and tried doing Knights Templar and then Vigneri, we probably would have said, yes, this is working. Fire. As soon as we got fire, we know we were right. But now look at the building number one. The building number one starts OFOUR. But you can see of our element. And we do know that he wrote that the Copper Society and the Cypriot flag all use the same element, cyprium, which has atomic number 29. So this convoluted answer to how does this phrase map to a building number is that this phrase, once you Knights Templar and then Vigneri on top of it, you get these words. They were in fact word boundaries, as I suspected, gives you this weird statement of our element, but thankfully we knew to be looking for cyprium. So once you get that, you get 29. So decoding all of our things, we've got snitch and then fireplace of our element, which we think is 29. So I think we have enough to answer this. All right, now let's look at the chat here. Melissa says, I'm pretty sure there was something that said he was a Templar near the very beginning. There's something that said something about being a member of Knights Templar or liking Knights Templar at some point, which would help you for sure if you already had known about the Knights Templar cipher. But otherwise they actually had it much worse. It said when we looked at his history that he followed this one guy who liked codes, and we looked up that guy's code, it was a completely different code. So that's right. This is what Jamie said. All we had was that Woodlock said he was related to Cornelia Agrippa, and Agrippa had a code, and it was something completely different. Okay. So there are lots of reasons why. Let's take a moment to talk about why the designers did a terrible thing by doing that, by designing the cipher the way they did. Now, that's my subjective opinion. My subjective opinion is that was a terrible decision to do Knights Templar and then Vigneri on top. And I'm just going to spend a moment talking about why that was such a bad decision, a bad design principle. Now, I know a little bit from talking, from critiquing French designers, that I am a huge fan of the French board game designers. They sometimes go their own way and come up with the most creative stuff, and some of the most creative games we've seen are by French designers. But I've also detected, now this may be a little bit of a stereotype, but they seem to have a little bit of a thin skin to criticism. But this was a really terrible decision. This is something that if you're watching, from my opinion, if you are a puzzle designer, you should not do this. There were mistake upon mistake in the way this cipher and puzzle was set up. And I'm going to rant about it a little bit. Now, I have written a long essay on what I call proper use of codes and ciphers in mystery games. But I want to talk a little bit about the problems here. First of all, if you're putting a cipher or a code in the game, you can get away with a couple mistakes, a couple unfair, badly thought out things. But when you start stacking them one on top of the other, you create so many degrees of freedom that it's really an unpleasant, frustrating experience. If you just had the Knights Templar cipher, if that's all there was, then at least you would be giving players a way to deductively figure out how to translate that cipher. It would take a lot of work, but they might be able to get away with it. But when you layer on that you've got a cipher that most people will have never heard of, that there's no good way to look up because it's just these shapes, and you've got a second cipher, and it's not clear when that second cipher is going to be used, and it's not clear if the key that this one person uses is going to be the same key that's used 100 years later, and it's not clear the orientation of the letters, and we've got this PBIO that doesn't make sense, and the graffiti is so dark that it's hard to read, and the very fact that you're layering two ciphers on top of each other, what is the point? What is your objective? Now, if your objective is to make a game that takes 2 weeks to decipher, okay, then maybe you're in a different kind of ball game. But if you're saying this is a 1-hour game, it's just ridiculous. And the fact that even if someone knew the Knights Templar cipher, that they would decode it and then they wouldn't know what to do next because they would just get gibberish. You can't. When you start layering all these ambiguities, all these potential possibilities, one on top of the other, and then you've made the answers, it's not just that you're giving the name of a building, but you're somehow spelling out the building number, which makes no sense how the building numbers are from a map from 2020. Why 100 years ago would the building number still be the same number that they use on a map? All these ridiculous things on one on top of the other create so many permutations that are so prone to error. And the question is why? What is the purpose? You've created something where it's just pure, every little hypothesis about the code takes 20 minutes to work out to see if it works. So there you have it. It was totally unnecessarily convoluted with no point. All right. So maybe you disagree with me. Maybe you agree with me. All right. Let us put in the answer and progress. So we've decoded the messages. Fireplace of our element, which I think is going to be Cyprium 29. Now, where is location 29? Somehow Woodlock 100 years ago is referring to building 29. Now, do we have a building 29? Well, there's a 32, so I guess we do, or we are going to have a 29. But where is our 29? Are these the M buildings? No, surely not. 32, which is the fountain. 27 is the lake. Cornwall Lake, 28. Okay, so it is, in fact, 29, the building we should know about. We spent our time investigating it. There is a secret entrance in the boathouse through the fireplace, back where we started, yes. Okay, so let us go put that in. All right, so the location number, it makes sense why he was in the boathouse, 29, but the most important thing is the entry is through the fireplace, which I don't remember us ever seeing, but here we go. All right, what's happening? What makes you say that? Have you checked that? Okay, maybe this is what Jonathan was saying about searching. How about if we have her search 29 for a fireplace? Is that what Jonathan was saying about the search? Let's try this first, and then we'll get help. We're looking for a fireplace. Aha! All right. So we had to search for the fireplace. Okay, well, we're getting in the wavelength of this game, perhaps. All right, let's see if we can listen to this together. I hope everyone is doing well.
We're in the offices of Building 29. That's the fireplace. There's something here. A hidden door that opens. This must be the secret entrance to the copper circle.
Whoa.
I'll send you a photo of the interior.
I gotta say, the multimedia quality in this game is really quite good. And just the production quality, but also the intrigue of this secret society has got me. All right, so she's going to send us a photo of it. Now, what does that mean? Continue? No. Is she going to put it in our case log? Yes. Okay, so here's what she sent us. I see. All right, let's open this. Let's Look at this craziness, how I can't print it from here. What is that all about? But I can save it and then print it. So I'm going to print it, but I can zoom in a bit. So now, so there's Cyprium. Remember, we've got two keys, one around the neck of Henry. Okay, let's see. I guess one thing to notice is the chairs. Oh, and then we were told the password is on the wall. Okay, so there's our password. Password was on the wall of the headquarters. That's what Matt and Henry wrote to each other. So we might also note that there seem to be 9 seats in the headquarters. Cyprium, all in caps, looks like the password. Okay, 9 seats, 8 plus 1 leader, it looks like. All right, and we know some of the members of it, and we now suspect that Henry was a member and he told others or others discovered it. And then they killed him because he was a snitch. At least that's what someone wants us to think. Isara says 9 or 10. Yeah, maybe, let's see. Is there a chair where we're standing? It looks like 9, unless there's I can't quite see. That's the place where it's 9 or 10. Anything else jump out to you about this photo other than our password? There is a side seat over here, but I don't know if there's a seat behind the camera here. All right, doesn't matter. It's just a relative. It may not even, there's a seat here. May not even be relevant. Okay, but there's our password. Now, it still seems like we should be answering 29 fireplace, right? We still need to put the official answer in here, even though we now think we can get into the website. Okay. We now have proof the copper circle exists. But did this secret society have anything to do with Henry's death? Was he a member? By the way, he was found with a key around his neck. However, so far students have only given vague answers. Try to ascertain what the key is for. It could very well be linked to this secret society. So we're still in box 1. We have a new objective. Find out what the key opens. All right, so location and type of furniture. So we're still in box 1. That's pretty impressive. Now, it feels like that should be a piece of furniture in the copper circle headquarters. Do you see anything that could open here? But I suppose, there is a door here. I suppose what we should do is put in the password to the website, because maybe it's going to tell us something. But there's a door here. You could try the key on that door. But we should probably try the website first, don't you think? There's also a little thing here. It's like a candle holder or a clock. Keyholes under the mirror. That's an interesting idea. I don't know how. Actually, it doesn't look like it when you zoom in, does it? Those are too big for keyholes. All right, but let's go to the website, because we know we should do that. All right, so Woodlock University. I suspect we will be at this Egyptian thing eventually, but what we discovered was from the note about the Cypriot flag here. Clicking on this one gave us this. Okay, and now Cyprium. All right, let's see what this is kind of exciting. Let's see what we're going to get here. Invalid password. Okay, let's try again. Surely this is right. CYPRIUM in caps. Doesn't seem to like that. Okay. How about CYPRIUM lowercase? That was it. It wanted it lowercase for some reason. Welcome to the official page of the Copper Circle. By accessing this page, you hereby promise to respect our confidentiality charter, the Copper Key. The Society's emblem represents a bond of trust between all its members. When an individual takes the Copper Oath, the future member is required to provide a sword of Damocles to existing members. This is a sealed envelope containing proof of a secret that, if revealed, could put that person in a compromising situation. The secret's guarded by the president of the Copper Circle in a designated locker in Charles Woodlock's former office. An individual only becomes a member of the Copper Circle once they're issued a copy of the key to their locker, symbolizing the secrecy binding them to their fellow Copper brothers and sisters for life. So you have to give something that could get you in trouble. If it was revealed in a sealed envelope, they put it in a locker in the president's office. And then once you become a member, you get a key to that locker. So we know Henry is in it, and we know Alex Hatcliffe is in it. Our goal is to maintain a presence within major circles of influence, allowing us to steer political and diplomatic decisions in line with the values we uphold. In our ever-evolving world, the Copper Circle strives to be a force of good and to uplift humanity. Together, we promote peace, culture, and progress. In secrecy, united shall we be. Our motto unites us and allows us to accomplish our goals quickly and without hindrance. Maintaining our influence means maintaining our anonymity and secrecy at all costs. And here we know who this little vixen is. This is Katrina. This is the dean's daughter, out of town. Member Cousteau has been chosen. Oh, I thought Member Cousteau, I think maybe this is her key, her nickname, like not her real name. I think this is going to be Katrina, don't you think? But I think maybe she's got a code name. Or I'm wrong about Katrina. It is Katrina. Look, when I hovered over it, it's Katrina. Look down at the bottom left. So now we know the members have code names. And now we know Katrina's code name is Cousteau. Member Cousteau has been chosen to represent Woodlock at the International Conference on Ocean Energy. That's in Dublin. That was our suspicion why she was out of town for her project Youthful Research in Marine Ecology, accompanied by her father, president of D'Artagnan. This event represents an opportunity for us to position Woodlock as a leading voice on sustainability and to promote the values of the Copper Circle on the world stage. Our first meeting for the 2012-2013 academic year was held on 10/10/2012 and led by President D'Artagnan. So you can read the minutes of the meeting below. So we've got the minutes. We've got Katrina. All right, lots of stuff for us here. So first of all, let's write down Katrina's. Maybe we'll do it on a different piece of paper here. So this is our copper circle. We know Katrina is code name Cousteau. She likes water stuff. And then we've got Henry. We don't know his code name. And we know there's Alex Hatcliffe. She's got a key on her neck. And then we know that her father is nicknamed D'Artagnan. Is that Three Musketeers, or am I getting that name, that very similar name, mixed up? So we think this is the president of the university, her father, Eric McDouglas. And presumably Matt is in it too, because Matt is who he was talking about, the headquarters and all that. Okay. Now, let's see here what we could click on. We can click on her and get a closer picture of her. Okay. Katrina. And then we can click on the minutes. We can also click on this. Okay. It's just a picture of the copper circle. And the copper key is the emblem. Locker. Okay, now, I mean, yes, we're going to download the minutes. Let's, I guess, I want to print it, is what I want to do. All right, let's read the minutes, then we'll go answer that question. October 1st, 2012, first meeting of 2012-2013. President D'Artagnan opened the meeting by thanking Senator Darwin, Judge Park, and alumni Dickens for having made the journey for this first session of the new academic year. Artemis, a new member of the circle, was introduced to other members. Every member congratulated them for joining. So we have a new member, codename Artemis, but we don't know who that is. Doesn't say whether it's male or female. As per tradition, the outgoing guard of the circle, alumni Dickens, was present to announce the end of their term due to their studies coming to an end. Member Kennedy will now take over this role. So we have another nickname, Kennedy, who's the guard. They promised to honor and protect the Copper Oath and the Sword of Damocles in order to uphold the influence and harmony of the circle. We all wish them the best in their new role. President D. Artagnan also extended the best of wishes to alumni Dickens for their new assistant role at the House of Representatives. This marks the beginning of what promises to be a great career. Senator Darwin, present today, and Deputy Newton, absent on this occasion, will ensure their progress in Washington. Deputy Newton, absent on this occasion, will ensure their progress. I'm not sure what that is telling us. Today's meeting allowed us to set objectives for the coming year. 1. Develop a financial recovery plan for Woodlock. The university coffers are at their lowest level in 30 years. This is largely due to the disappointing media fallout from our affirmative admissions program. Recruitment. Target the top 10% of students by subtly raising awareness about our existence and the significance of Woodlock's statue. Prioritize science students to ensure our commitment to fighting climate change. Our 50-year climate program must be drafted by 2017. White House internships. Ensure our members are selected for this coming year. President D'Artagnan announced that a member of the circle who wishes to remain anonymous has put them in contact with a high-ranking official at the White House. Senator Darwin will hold talks with this contact to ensure the strategic selection of our members for the 2013 internships. As is tradition, we thanked our members for their allegiance. Signature of attendees. Okay, here we go. So, remember we saw 9 chairs? These look like the 9 right here. So we'll print that out and write on it. Bach, Hepburn, Cousteau, Kennedy, Jobs, Gandalf, Artemis, Reagan, and Armstrong. Now, we do have handwriting samples of Henry and Matt. And you can see that some of these, I mean, Katrina took a male name, Jacques Cousteau, but Hepburn is probably Audrey Hepburn. That's probably a woman. Reagan, that's President Reagan, but it looks like sort of female handwriting. This is a very distinctive little underwriting thing. Flourish, you might call. So, okay, pretty cool. We do have handwriting from Matt and Henry. We might be able to line up here. And here's the president's handwriting. So, but he signed it. So that's not going to help us much. All right, we might be able to line those up. Could Patrick O'Brien be one of the visiting members? Henry was a liberal. Maybe he's Kennedy. That's a very good point. Reagan for Katrina's brother. He's conservative. That makes sense. Okay, Jamie says, could Patrick O'Brien be one of the visiting members? I don't know what that means. I don't know what you're talking about. You mean, could Patrick be one of the alumni? That doesn't make sense. The alumni are all graduated. There's one person who's leaving. That's alumni, but that's people leaving this school. And it can't be Patrick. Patrick is a sophomore. Okay, but we'll print these out so we can write on them. All right, that's pretty exciting. Now, our last objective is discover what the key unlocks. Okay, so we think we know the answer to this, right? Because the president's house, which would have been Woodlock's old house, was the Da Vinci house, and we think the keys open lockers, right? So the answer then should be the Da Vinci house, which is 14 here, the president's old house, and it should open a locker. So I think we should be able to answer this, right? This should be location 14, and it should be a locker. You think we have to search for it first? Let's try this. You have any proof? Okay, it does seem like we have to search for it first. So everything we have to search for. Look how intense this woman is. All right, so we're going to tell her to go to 14 and look for a locker. What's going on with this autocomplete? Like, does it always only autocomplete things that are real? Like if I type key, or if I type house, seems like it's auto-completing things when they're correct. Kind of weird. All right. Hey, looks like she found it. And we get to watch a video on it. All right, she's just going waltzing into the president's office. All right.
I've just arrived at Henry Coleman's locker. Let's see what's inside.
Oh, that's pretty cool. I guess we're going to get that in the next box. That's going to be the secret that could get him in trouble. Okay. So this is a weird thing. Like, we've now found his locker and opened it. Why do we have to go put it in here? Seems kind of odd, don't you think? I mean, like, we've just opened it. Why do we have to give you this answer? It seems a little redundant.
That's it. The key Henry was wearing around his neck opens a locker in Building 14. This locker contained a single envelope. I've picked it up and will send it over in your next box. You sure have made some good progress, Detective. You can now draw up an initial list of suspects.
That was weird that we got audio, even though it doesn't have its normal thing. Okay. Oh, there's another objective here. Draw up a list of suspects, it says. Consult the entry log to narrow down your list of suspects. This is an odd thing. Like, why is it? It's asking us to consult the log of Building 29. We've already made that entire list. Does it want us to fill out that entire list here again that we've already filled out, or does it only want us to put the people we really believe could do it? Okay, let's see. John says, I think maybe I should say what the tutorial suggested in case it only works on the portal for box 1. Yeah, go for it. Tell me what the tutorial suggested. What's missing from the evidence list we might expect to see? Are you giving me a hint to guess what the tutorial said? Or are you saying the tutorial gave a hint, quote unquote, what's missing from the evidence list? The tutorial suggested searching the boathouse for the murder weapon. I was giving you a hint myself. So you're saying the tutorial suggested that even though when we search, we're supposed to search for a specific object, you are saying maybe we should have searched for a murder weapon. We don't even know. Okay, let's before we try to answer this, let's go into this a little bit. For some reason, we're not really told how he's died here. We know he's face down. What they said is they're sending the backpack for analysis. And then we have the mother's interview. Girlfriend. And the sister coming home. So face down on the floor. For some reason, we're not even told how he died. We are told that they're going to examine the backpack. Jonathan seems to be saying we should be using the website to search. All right, so we're going to not fill in a list of suspects at this point, which is a weird thing for them to be asking for anyway. Jonathan seems to be saying that we should have her conduct a search at the boathouse for, can we type in murder weapon? Really? No. If we type backpack, that doesn't seem to work because it's not even auto-completing. Do we know he was stabbed? It's auto-completing. No. Okay. All right. So I don't get it. Jonathan says, direct quote from the tutorial, the murder weapon was not found at the scene by police. Maybe they missed something. Send her to the scene. Okay, so I think the idea of the newspaper, how was he killed? Let's see, maybe let's take another look. Maybe this is one of these obvious things. Details of his death have yet to be made public. Spray painted. Symbols. He's face down with a bloody handprint. We sent this woman to search the crime scene. She says, Jonathan says they didn't find a murder weapon. All right, let's take a look at the crime scene again. Maybe we can figure out what item they didn't identify. I mean, they've made it difficult by not telling us how he died, which is ridiculous. How about this lock? We noticed that this lock was kind of weird, right? Like this lock is sitting here. Did someone smash him over the head with this open lock, or is it behind one of these doors? Is that what it is? It's behind one of these storage doors? Somehow the the whole secret place is in this room, in under a fireplace, which we can't even see. So let's have her search the lock or these doors or something. So what if I tell her to find the lock? Locker? No. How about lock? Don't autocomplete. Well, there is a cell phone. Okay, guys. Okay. All right. He's dead. We're investigating his murder, but no one has decided to tell us how he was killed. This woman conducts all kinds of searches, but you have to tell her exactly what to find. She's not capable of investigating it and picking up interesting stuff. I can't tell if this Jonathan's what he's suggesting from the tutorial seems like it's a very direct clue that we should figure out what the murder weapon is, but it would help if we knew how he was killed. And I don't know what to tell this woman that will convince her. Seems like we want to open the backpack, but it won't open it for us. It's not padlock. It's not that lock. It does feel like maybe it should be in this photo. Let's take a look in this photo again. I feel like I was just escaping going on tilt, and now I feel like I'm going right back on tilt. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going back on tilt. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going on tilt. So, was he killed by the condom? Seems unlikely. Cell phone, handprint, graffiti, backpack. Have they looked through the backpack? They won't tell us. There's a lock here. You could hit someone with a lock. Could go into these rooms, but doesn't seem like it wants to let us do that. Jonathan, can you tell me if you know the answer to this? Do you know that there is something we can search for now? Or is this all just based on the weird tutorial seeming to suggest that there's something to find? Because it seems like if you trust the game, this is not something we have to do now. The game is very clear that this is not an objective of ours to find the murder weapon. The actual objective to the game is much more annoying. So I'm going to say we should not be messing around with this. Okay, now Jonathan says, false alarm. The next message after you click next during the tutorial actually says nothing more was found here. Tutorial is just very odd. Okay, that's all right. That's all right. Let's focus on what the game is telling us it wants. That tutorial was very odd anyway. Okay, so look. it's telling us what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to drop a list of suspects. What we don't know is if it just wants the complete identical list of the people that were in that room, or it wants us to only give it people we think don't have alibis. Okay, let's get our list here. Let's go. Here's our complete list. It's okay. We're going to do this. We're going to do this. Here's our complete list of the people that had access to the boat room. So let's go through them in order. First, we've got Greg Scott, Gregster. This is the boyfriend. I don't have an alibi listed for him. We may have alibied him and not bothered to write it down, but let's assume that we haven't written it down, and so he's still... What is with this autocomplete bullshit? If I start to type it, it wants it in caps for his last name. All right, whatever. And why is it so hard for me to show both? Why is it? It's because we're using the laptop. All right, doesn't matter. Greg Scott. All right, so when I put in Greg Scott, it adds him to the list. All right. Next is Katrina. Now, Katrina, we think, is out of town in Dublin, so I'm not going to put her in. Well, let's put an X next to her. We'll put her in later if it wants us to, but right now, let's exclude the people that we think have alibis. The intro video tells you he was stabbed? Okay, but nowhere else. Great, great decision. Okay, Alex Hatkins, in fact, lies about ever being in the boathouse. That's because she's covering up that she's in the copper circle, so that's fine. We can't blame her for that. Let's just put her into this because she is a suspect of ours. There's Alex. Okay. So she's a suspect. Greg is a suspect. Okay. Alex Park, we don't think is involved. Caroline Sheridan, this is the girlfriend. She doesn't have an alibi, so let's put her in. Caroline Sheridan. Okay. A pretty fancy website here. All right. Next up, Jenny Dunn, the cheerleader captain. She was not in the boathouse, so I don't think we suspect her. Matt, definitely we suspect him. Matt Radley. Okay, what about Arthur McDouglas? He was in the boathouse. He's got some weird pendant, and he replaced our guy at the internship, so we absolutely still suspect him. Okay. Patrick O'Brien. So he didn't access the boathouse, but he hated Henry. If he didn't access the boathouse, do we think it could still be him? No, right? Has to be people access the boathouse. Okay, there's Henry. Okay, Marie Grace, the girlfriend of Matt Radley. I'm not sure why else we have her, but she seems like she was in the boathouse, so she is still a suspect. Look at that girl trying to look all innocent. Then we've got a bond witness. Frat party with recruits. All right, so now the question is, if you look at the boathouse people and Arthur. Okay, so he can't kill himself. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, so we've added all the people that we think were around during the murder. Now, but Katrina was in the boathouse, but we think she's in Dublin. So that's why we haven't put her on the list of suspects. Should we be putting other people on this list? Like, what about the father, Eric? Do we think he doesn't count because he wasn't? Let's see what happens if I try to add him. No, it doesn't like that. All right. So this list is a list of all the boat access people, but not including Katrina. That's the only person we've left off this list. The question is, do you think we should add Katrina to this? Is it possible she left right after she killed him? We don't think so, right? Because she would have been in Dublin. And what about Patrick? Should we be... Do you have to have access to the boat? Do you have to have gone into the boat thing to be on this list of ours? Did I try adding Greta? That's a great point. It doesn't seem to want Greta involved, but everything we try to bring in Greta won't let us do. Let's try to add her. Nope, doesn't want her. I don't know why it doesn't want us to suspect Greta. It's awfully weird. So there's some debate, but hold on a minute. Greta, what if I let it auto-complete it? No, it doesn't like that. So she's still in the autocomplete, but it doesn't count it. Let me see what happens if I put Katrina. I want to see. What's your guess? Is it going to let us add her? I think it probably will. Yeah. So now we've just got the complete list of people with boat access. Could Greg be Armstrong? That is a great guess. Greg absolutely is going to be Armstrong, don't you think? Because of the arm wrestling, that's a great guess. Okay, let's finish up here. So now we've just got the exact list from the key cards. It's asking us to put them all in again. All right, let's see if it says we're missing anyone. I'm going to hit confirm. So here we don't think Katrina should be on this list. She has an alibi. And we haven't added Patrick, even though we suspect him a little bit. Now let's see what happens when we hit confirm. You can already rule out a suspect. Okay, so now let's get rid of the person we don't really think it was had we'll get rid of Katrina because she had an alibi and a good smile.
Done,
That was it.
detective. I've reviewed all the
Well
information
done,
you've gathered
detective.
so far.
I've reviewed all the information
say
you've gathered. I
my
have
job.
oh, it's
I'm going to
speaking,
continue
isn't it?
gathering more clues. We'll send them over as we can. We'll be in touch for the next stage of this investigation.
All right, I guess it read that to you. Sometimes it shows when there's audio, sometimes it doesn't, but I could see there was audio. Well done, detective. I've reviewed all the information you've gathered so far. I have to say you've done an excellent job. I'm going to continue gathering more clues. We'll send them over as soon as I can. We'll be in touch for the next stage of this investigation. All right, mission accomplished. We'll give you feedback later. And we're ready for box 2. All right, let's check in with the chat, then we'll take our little break here. The shredded paper is from November of 2011, the year prior. Yes, that's a good point. We do have handwriting on it we should consider. I think you're right that it's Armstrong. All right, well, it's time for us to take a break. A little struggling a little bit here and there, but we're doing just fine. We're doing just fine. All right, I'll see you in 8 minutes. Waiting for the air conditioner to calm down. All right, we're up to box 2. Kind of exciting. Let's see if I can get that laptop out of the way for you here. I've printed out our list of members of the circle so we could write our theories. This was a great guess that this is Greg because he's the arm wrestling person. We know that Cousteau is Katrina. It's a safe bet that Kennedy is going to be Henry. He was such a liberal. And was it Matt that was the conservative? We've got samples of their handwriting. This is probably Steve Jobs, who's the Apple guy, might be a technology guy. This is probably a woman. I'm not sure we know a musician. We may need to reread the descriptions of the various other people that we think like Alex Hatcliffe. This is probably Alex Hatcliffe, but maybe Artemis. I don't know, but we'll just leave this for later. It's not Arthur. It's not Matt. That's the conservative. It's Arthur. Yes, you might be right. All right, we'll worry about this later. This is just for us to have nearby. Let us begin box 2. Here we go, box 2. All right, let's see if she's relaxed a little now that we've made some progress.
Detective, I've been in touch with Raphael, and here is everything we know so far about Henry Coleman's murder. It all started on Wednesday, 17th October 2012, when police were tipped off about the presence of a body at Woodlock University's boathouse. The body was that of Henry Coleman, a student who'd been stabbed multiple times. A coded message was left at the scene of the crime near the body. We now know that this message means snitch. I'll leave it up to you to interpret this. The security log has revealed a list of 8 people who entered the location that week. Henry Coleman was one of them. He entered the building 3 times between Monday and Wednesday, including when the crime took place. Below is a list of all the suspects we identified from the student ID cards used to enter Building 29. Alex Hatkins, a close friend of Henry's and his suite mate. Marie Grace, Matt Radley's girlfriend and an acquaintance of Henry's. Arthur McDouglas, the university dean's son. Katrina McDouglas, Arthur's twin sister and a friend of Henry's. Caroline Sheridan, Henry's girlfriend. Matt Radley, Henry's best friend. Greg Scott, Katrina's boyfriend. Although he's not in the student yearbook, he's a junior and remains a suspect. Katrina was soon ruled out as a suspect after we discovered a hidden page on the university website indicating that she'd been at a conference in Dublin. Another vital piece of information was that the murder took place on the day that the results for the White House internship program were announced. Henry was one of the students chosen to be represented by Woodlock University, the other being Alex Hatkins. With Henry's death, his position now goes to Arthur McDouglas, who was first on the reserve list. Coincidence? That's for you to investigate. Finally, we discovered the existence of a secret society on campus called the Copper Circle. A quest that starts at the foot of Charles Woodlock's statue allows the sharpest students to access its HQ, which is hidden behind a fireplace in Building 29. On the Society's hidden webpage, we found the minutes of a meeting suggesting that the selection for the internship program at the White House may have been influenced by high-level connections of one of its members. These minutes also highlighted the importance of anonymity within the Copper Circle. This anonymity is protected in 2 ways. Each member uses an alias and must provide a personally compromising secret, which is known as their Sword of Damocles. We discovered where these swords are kept, and thanks to the key found around Henry's neck, we were able to recover his. This sword and all the items we've collected are in this latest box, ready to be analyzed. I hope you managed to get as much information out of them as possible. Good luck, Detective.
All right. Pretty cool. She's definitely like, that's the crazy ex-girlfriend. You gotta break up with her. But we'll get it. We'll look for a different job after this. She does seem like she's a little unstable, a little high-strung. But maybe that's what you need to solve a case like this. Let's get out our box number 2. I am excited about this, and I do like this case. And that was a lot of content in box one. All right. So let's get out our contents. Same thing before, just says good luck here. Maybe I'll just put this here. All right, let's see what we've got here. Got a pen from Woodlock University. Now, normally I would open this up, but I've changed my ways. Like, I don't think you should be opening stuff until you get some clue to open it up. But let's read the intro letter here. I think we're going to have to do a good job of organizing stuff. Okay, October 19th, 2 days after death. Follow up on case 27820. Agent, we're pleased with the progress you've made so far with this investigation. Please find enclosed some new items related to the case I've managed to source since our last correspondence. You will also find photos of the current suspects you've identified. Placing these on your detective board will help you visualize the connections between all the individuals related to this case. You've already reviewed the ID cards used to access building number 29 this past week. Unfortunately, campus security has informed me that one of these ID cards is missing from the report. The card in question does not match any others on the list. This means there's been a ninth person on the premises. We need you to identify this individual. In this box, you'll find Henry Coleman's Sword of Damocles. This was the secret collateral provided to the Copper Circle as a way of ensuring silence. Its contents should help give us a better idea who Henry was. Please consult the agency portal to review your findings from Box 1 and get assigned new objectives. Use the items from Boxes 1 and 2 to complete these objectives and narrow down your list of suspects. Remember, our teams are always on standby to conduct interrogations, carry out searches, obtain police records. P.S. I managed to upload the victim's voicemail messages to the inbox tab on the agency portal. However, the messages are protected by a 4-digit code. I hope you can find a way to access them. Okay, so let's just make sure we understand this. This seems to be saying that there's another person that we need to consider as a suspect, a student with an ID card that's different from the ones we have. Okay, so it's oddly phrased. Seems like they're trying to say that there's a card. They know another card was used, but they don't know what the card number is. Is that what it's trying to say? It's a little awkwardly phrased. All right, let's try to keep. Let's make sure we get everything organized. All right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put. We might need the Knights Templar stuff again. All right, I'm going to put case 1 stuff in this. I'm going to keep it all here. Box 1 stuff in this. Okay. Except for these 2 things that I think we're going to need. All right, this is box 2. Anyone have a different take on what it was saying about the ID card stuff? Could it? Whoa, that's not what I want. Could it be a visitor pass and it's Greta? That's interesting. All right, so there's this. What is this? All right, we've got 2 sealed things. This is Henry's sealed Sword of Damocles. Sealed envelope marked with the words Henry Coleman's Sword of Damocles. like it's got a wax seal. Henry Coleman's Sword of Damocles. That's the copper circle. This, I don't know what this is. Could just be a remnant of the way it's been repackaged. Now, what's this? Crumpled up note. Oh, please, as long as it's not scrambled. Crumpled up note found in backpack. Okay, they've analyzed the backpack. Crumpled up note, handwritten note on cardstock, a pen and a button. Okay, so I feel the button, and this was the pen that maybe should have been in here. Let's just put it in here since it says it's in here. Okay. Then we've got, looks like class schedule 3442239. I believe that belongs to Henry. Yes, that's Henry. So here was his class schedule, which is in this red container for some reason. It looks like he has used whiteout and changed his schedule. Launch with Caro, that's Carolyn, corporate law, history, MK, Greta leaves, and game. Okay, so we think what it was Wednesday the 17th. Someone will remind me. I know we wrote it down somewhere. I should put it. Wednesday is the 17th. Okay, so and remember, Greta left. So according to his thing, Greta leaves right in this block where he was killed. He was killed. Well, I guess this is 8 p.m. What is our MK? What do we think MK is? Could it be McDouglas Katrina? Or could it be something else? We heard mention of the first aid at some point. Yeah, he does seem excited about Katrina leaving, doesn't he? I forgot who he was taking first aid with, but we did hear about that. All right. Now we should be scanning these. If these are in his backpack, he could have written on them with black light. So we should be scanning these for any black light. Anything that belonged to Henry, we should scan. Don't see anything. All right. Why is it in this little red thing? We don't know. What about this crazy thing? I think this is just some piece of paper left over by Ellie and Stacy. All right, so then what's in here? Okay, so here are photos to help us organize our people. Guess we can take a close look at these people. All right, so there's good old Henry, our victim, stabbed to death Wednesday the 17th. Here's Caroline Sheridan, the girlfriend. Alex Hatkins, she also has a key, and she won the other internship. Matt Radley, the best friend rival. Arthur McDouglas, the enemy, who's twin brother to Katrina McDouglas. Jenny Dunn, the friend of the girlfriend. Patrick O'Brien. I thought we ruled out Patrick O'Brien. He's not on our suspect list. Somehow he's got himself in here though. And then we have Greg Scott, the arm wrestler, and then we've got some blank ones. All right, I'm not sure how Patrick got himself re-injected into this case, and so did Katrina, even though she was gone. So these aren't just suspects, these are just people that could be involved in our case in one way or another. All right. Away. All right, let's see, what have we got here? Entry log for Henry, transcripts of Katrina's interrogation. Okay, so they reached Katrina in Dublin. And then we've got other stuff. Okay. Autopsy. Just what we were hoping to see. Okay. Here we go. Violent homicide, clothed, no sexual assault. 152 pounds, 5'9". Birthmark, inner left thigh. Hematoma, lesions, and cranial trauma. Maybe he fell back and hit his head. Hematoma, so he's got bruises. Puncture wounds. 3 stab wounds from a knife delivered to the neck. Ouch. So it looks like a right-handed person from behind or a left-handed person from the front. Blunt force trauma to the head from a paddle or oar. Yikes. Stabbed him, hit him, stabbed him. Penetrating wounds ranging from 3.7 centimeters to 7.2 centimeters. Irregular blade cut marks visible on skin surface. So here's hematoma. These would be like bruises. So maybe like he fell. Don't know what got wounded him on the shoulder. Irregular blade cut marks. What does that mean? Negative toxicology screen. No trace of foreign DNA found under fingernail. So no defensive wounds on the hands blocking the knife. No scratching DNA. So someone knocked him out with a paddle and then stabbed him, it looks like. No scratches or punctures other than stab wounds. White wool fibers of unknown origin found on body. Traces of aerosol present on body. What does that mean? White wool fibers. Traces of aerosol. The shape and extent of blunt force trauma to the head indicate victim was hit by an object consistent with a rowing oar. He then fell face first on the ground, causing the hematoma on his knees and right palm, which is not indicated here. Bruising on the victim's left shoulder appears to be formed by the hand of the assailant from the force of pinning the body against the ground. No sign of self-defense. Victim was attacked from behind. So it seems to be suggesting someone came up, hit him on the back of the head. He falls forward, hits his eye and his knee, and then someone got on his back. What? Put their knee into his shoulder to hold him on the ground while they stabbed him? That seems to be the suggestion. That would be a right-handed person stabbing him while he's on the ground to the neck. Okay. Digitization of the symbols left at the crime scene. Agents note the message left on the ground using aerosol spray paint. Oh, that's the aerosol. A matching spray paint canister was found in a storage unit at the boathouse. Storage unit also contained rowing oars, regatta bibs, and boat maintenance tools. The padlock was open. No signs of forced entry. So someone who had keys to the storage in the boathouse. So they found a crumpled up note, small note on cardstock, pen button schedule. So the first D, E, F, G, those 4 items are in a plastic bag. The schedule we were given, red transparent folder we were given. Sandwiches we weren't given. I guess they don't mail those to us. All right. Then we've got some minutes from a different meeting. Let's read these in a moment. Let's just see what else we've got here. So they pulled his ID card, and now we've got his complete access for the days leading up to his murder. This is pretty impressive. Let's see what we've got here. Date and time. This is all Henry Coleman. What have we got? Building number, first digit. So building 6, building 5, building 15. Orientation of the door on the map. All right, that's pretty cool. So let's just look at this first one. 6 West 01. So floor 0, door 1. So these are almost all ground floor doors. In fact, they look like they're all ground floor doors, if I'm understanding that right. So building 6, which is the lower Buena Vita. Let's make sure we understand this. Building 6, the lower Buena Vita, which is here. North, south, west, east. West facing door. Floor 0, door 1. West facing door. Door 1. Okay, so not all that useful to us, but could be at some point. So we've got his full access. That is pretty cool. So if we just look at his last entry, his last entry was the boathouse, north facing door, ground floor, door 1. But 26 minutes before before that, he was in 26. So just for the fun of it, let's see where he was right before he was in the boathouse. So where is building 26? Here's 25. 25 minutes before he gets to the boathouse, he's where? Not in his dorm. Here, the cafeteria. Sorry. Here's 26 cafeteria. So it looks like he's in the cafeteria, then he walks to the boathouse. Okay. And are they scanning these exits just when they enter? We don't know. Okay, well, that's pretty cool. So we'll go through this at some point. No need to go through it now, though. All right, so then we've got a deposition from Caroline, a deposition from Marie Grace, and an interview with Katrina. Well, we've been waiting to hear from Katrina. Maybe we'll start there. Let's see what Katrina has to say. She's the one person we know has an alibi. Hello, I heard you were looking to speak to me. I had just got home when I heard what happened. It's awful. Hello, Mrs. Douglas. Thank you for returning my call. I know the time difference isn't ideal. I'm Agent Warren Fraser. I have a few questions I'd like to ask you regarding Henry Coleman's death. Your brother wasn't so cooperative. That doesn't surprise me. He can be difficult. You just need to know how to deal with him. It's a problem because we believe there may be a link between Henry Coleman's death and this so-called copper circle that you belong to. When people are reluctant to talk, it slows down our investigation. I wondered whether this would come up, so you've heard about the copper circle then. Look, this will stay anonymous, right? They have so much power. If anyone finds out I've been speaking, look what happened to Henry. Well, this call's being recorded, but it will stay between us. Are you saying you think the copper circle is behind this? Honestly, they're capable of anything. Power, money, secrets. There's a lot at stake. Why all the aliases? To remain anonymous? Yes. The aim is to uphold secrecy at all costs. Everyone chooses a surname when they get initiated into the circle, a code name of sorts. And yours is? Cousteau, a pioneer in marine ecology. Members tend to choose names of people they admire. So if you do a little digging, you can sometimes work out who's who. Cousteau, huh? That was your signature on the minutes from the emergency meeting. Yeah, I headed straight to the airport afterwards to catch my flight to Dublin. Which does explain your Woodlock ID card being used to enter Building 29. Who else was there? We'll be able to rule out suspects if their presence in the building can be linked to that meeting. I really can't tell you. It's too risky. I don't get it. Okay. Oh, I see. She used it earlier. All right. But why are they saying we can rule out suspects if their presence can be linked to that meeting? I don't quite understand that. Okay, let's move on. Marie Grace told us there had been tension between Alex Hatkins and Matt Radley recently. A bit of an understatement. Matt's a really possessive guy. The fact Alex was sharing the same suite with Henry was enough for Matt to hate her. almost as if Henry belonged to him. That's why Marie never wanted to make her relationship with Matt official. She's really fond of him, but she knows how overbearing he'll be. I get the impression Matt didn't get much love from his parents when he was growing up. And Alex Hatkins? Well, Alex definitely had an inferiority complex when it came to Henry. She comes from quite a successful family, but he was a much brighter student. I think it was hard for her to be outshined by some random kid from a small Canadian town. Arthur and Matt would always tease her about it too, which is ridiculous because she's far smarter than both of them put together. Okay, and what can you tell us about your boyfriend? We hear he's the jealous type. Greg? What do you want to know? Is he a suspect? I mean, yeah, he can get jealous, but we're moving in together next year. There's no way he did this. He's twice Henry's side. He could have easily beat the hell out of him if he'd want to. But he never did, at least not that I know of. Well, you'd be surprised what people can hide. Time has shown me that it's always the ones you'd least expect that turn out to be guilty. All right, I think we're done for now. Thank you, Miss Douglas. All right. What's going on here? There's some weird statement about jealousy from Matt. Matt's possessive. Alex is living with Henry. But he says was enough for Matt to hate her, almost as if Henry belonged to him. He's jealous of the friendship between Henry and Alex. It's not that he's jealous and afraid Henry will be messing around with Alex. He's doesn't like that Henry has another friend. That's a little weird. All right, but she gives us motives for the rest of them. All right, and here's Marie Grace being interviewed. I heard you were looking to talk to me, so here's everything I know. Henry and I weren't super close. We never really clicked. He was super smart, but always joking around. He was difficult to get sometimes. I know he could get on people's nerves, especially Greg's, but that was just Henry, acting like he didn't care about anything, but probably to hide the fact that he actually did. You should also know things had been rocky between Matt, Henry, and Alex as of late. They had a huge fight at the first aid course last Wednesday. No idea what happened. I think it had something to do with a watch. They all have big personalities, so putting them in the same room for an hour was never a good idea. All right, so first aid, it seems like Matt, Henry, and Alex all had first aid together on Wednesdays. And something about the watch, which we found on the ground. All right, now what's this? Caroline's statement. Well, what is this? Meet me at the boathouse tonight at 6:30. I have a surprise for you, anonymous. Now, what do you recognize about this? What do you recognize about that? Where's my... There, that's the right screen. Marie has that distinctive signature under squiggle under signature like Marie. Okay, this isn't Marie's writing. It's the A. It's the A, yeah. So let's look at our list here. Here, it's this. It's the Armstrong, which we think is probably Greg. The Armstrong A is the same here. So whoever's written this anonymous is Armstrong, it seems. All right, now let's see where this came from. Here is Caroline talking. She says, I've come back because I didn't tell you everything the last time. I was embarrassed, you see. On Monday morning, an anonymous note was slipped under my door. I thought it may have been Henry trying to surprise me or something, but when I went to our usual meeting spot, his reaction suggested he wasn't expecting to see me. He must have been meeting someone else, a date or something, someone he'd been cheating on me with. Maybe Katrina? I don't know. In any case, whoever Anonymous was, they clearly knew about it all and wanted to end our relationship. Henry then promised he'd stop his thing on the side. We were going to start afresh. Oh, and one other thing. After I was questioned, I suddenly had a flashback from Wednesday night. I'd been drinking a lot to forget about Henry cheating, but I remember seeing someone crouching down in the distance as I was walking home. It was weird because no one else was around. When I called out to them, they just ran off. What really was strange, though, was that they were wearing a white ski balaclava, even though it wasn't cold. That's all. My memory is pretty hazy. I don't know if any of this is important, but I thought I'd let you know. Okay, so first of all, this white ski balaclava sounds like the white wool they found during the autopsy. White wool fibers of unknown origin found on body. So she's seeing someone working around who sounds like it was the killer disguised. She says someone left this note for her, and it was an attempt to get her to show up at the boathouse at 6:30, where she found Henry waiting to meet someone. When was this? What day? Monday morning. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So on the 15th at 6:30, there he is at the boathouse. So remember, he's at the boathouse 3 times this week. So here's the first one. Here's the second one at midnight, 1 a.m. And then the third one is when he gets killed. All right, so he's in there at 6:14 to meet someone, and in walks his girlfriend saying, "What are you doing here?" No, in walks the girlfriend saying, "You left me this note," and him saying, "What? No, let's leave." So very interesting. And we think we can trace this to Armstrong. In fact, we're fairly certain we can trace it to Armstrong, but we think Armstrong is Greg, but this may have nothing to do. This seems like it has nothing to do with the murder, right? Because she's talking about Monday this happened, and then on Wednesday she sees someone with the wool balaclava when our guy is killed. All right, pretty cool. Now, let's check this out. She would have recognized the A. She can't be a member. Whoa, that's jumping to conclusions that we can't jump to. Okay. There's comments by Corsicant that make no sense to me, so I gotta ignore those. We can come back to them if you think they're important. we do have signatures that we could try to line up with people. Like there's Grace. Oh, Grace is Artemis. There we go. Okay. So let's where's here? Okay. So this is Marie Grace. Okay, so you guys spotted that that was the squiggle under Marie Grace's signature here. That's excellent. So there's Marie Grace. We think this is Greg, and we think this is also the person who's anonymous. Okay, this is pretty fun doing this part. All right. Caroline, we don't think Caroline's part of this secret circle. All right, so here's another list of 6 people, but maybe we're going to be able to narrow down now. All right, let's see. Emergency meeting on October 16th. This would be Tuesday, day before our guy gets killed. Emergency meeting led by Member Kennedy. Member Kennedy opened the session by thanking those present for attending on such short notice, acknowledging the serious nature of the situation. Purpose of the meeting. On Monday, October 15th, Member Gandalf was the victim of a serious breach of the Golden Rule. Their sword of Damocles was partially disclosed to an outsider by a member within our ranks, following a handwritten note signed anonymous. Handwriting analysis led Member Kennedy to identify member blank as the author of the note. That's interesting. Okay, so he's put it together as well. Member Reagan demanded to know why member blank, Greg, we think, would commit such a violation. Member Gandalf refrained from answering, citing a personal matter. As guardian of the circle, it was Member Kennedy's responsibility to sanction the viola violation. It was thus decided that member blank, maybe Greg, would be immediately, permanently, and irrevocably expelled from the Copper Circle. Member Kennedy plans to exchange correspondence with President D. Artagnan to initiate proceedings to blacklist member blank within our community. Member Kennedy reminded everyone that our Sword of Damocles are designed to foster trust between all members. To prevent further incidents, Member Kennedy emphasized all future violations of the Golden Rule would result in considerably more severe consequences than mere expulsion. Gandalf was the victim. So we think, does that mean Gandalf is Henry? Because it seems like, are they saying that this anonymous note was telling Caroline that Gandalf was having an affair? Certainly seems like it, doesn't it? Like, if the anonymous note is trying to blow up Henry having an affair, then Gandalf is the victim. And we think Greg wrote the note to try to trick Caroline to catching him. Reagan wants to know why Greg would do this. Henry, Gandalf, says it's a personal matter. So It seems like that Henry isn't Kennedy, but is Gandalf. He certainly seems to have been the victim, and his secret is that he meets at 6:30 on Mondays with his affair. I guess we're going to be able to confirm that when we look at his secret. We know that Kennedy's responsibility to sanction people. Kennedy plans to exchange correspondence, so maybe we'll be able to figure it out that way. Interesting. Okay. And we know this is Marie. We know this is Katrina. We think this is Henry. Not sure. All right, pretty cool. Well, why don't we follow up with that right now? Let us go look at Henry's Sword of Damocles and confirm that his secret is that he meets Mondays to have an affair at the boathouse. Pretty cool. What is the actual story of the Sword of Damocles? It's used as a term when something is hanging over someone that could come and kill them. But I don't know what the actual story. It sounds like a biblical story, the Sword of Damocles. Maybe someone can tell us in the chat. All right, let's see what this says. Postcard. MK. Hi, Henry. Merry Christmas. I thought you may like a good old American postcard, seeing as you were probably all something snowed under right now. By the time you remember, he's in Canada. By the time you get this, you'll already be back off vacation. So I hope you had a good one. I've been thinking a lot about you these days. I hope you have no regrets because I sure don't. I know you're pretty set on Caroline and I respect your wishes, but I think what we have is special. So if the choice is between seeing you in secret or not at all, so be it. Merry Christmas again. See you soon, MK. P.S. Looks like my schedule will be the same this semester. Free Mondays and Wednesdays. Okay. MK with a heart. And so that's definitely to Henry. So we know Henry is Gandalf. And probably we can, well, this is to him. So this is the handwriting of MK. Does it match Cousteau? Is it Katrina? Sure does not look like Katrina's handwriting. Does it? Like she likes to write angled script. Doesn't look like Katrina to me. So he's having an affair with MK, but MK is not Katrina. It's someone who lives here. Where is this that this person lives? Texas. That's the Texas Cowboys. Maybe we could even get a zoom in on the license plate. I don't know, but what have we got? What does that look like? Petrol and Company. But the Cowboys is a Texas football team, and it's nice and warm in summer. So maybe if you search for these streets, you might be able to discover that this is Texas, but I believe it is Texas. Someone who lives in Texas is MK. Yeah, let's see if we can't find an MK in the yearbook. It could also be, I don't know. Let's see. Let's see if we can find an MK in Texas. Remember, this person would only be here if they're also sophomores here. And if they're not using an alias. We should probably look for any of our people that might be in Texas, not just MKs. I mean, they're far away from Texas. How many people can be in Texas? Huh. So, what about a teacher? A teacher would be someone he has to see in secret, wouldn't it? Kelly McGregor would be a KM. Marvin J. King would be an MK. Is he having a homosexual affair? That is someone he would have to see in secret. MK. Marvin J. King. Or someone putting their name in reverse. Who did we say? Kelly McGregor. Interesting. Could just be someone using an alias, though. Okay, very interesting. All right. So I suppose what we also now know is that from these emergency meetings, is there anything else we know? Like, we know that this MK is not a member of the circle, we think, because that person is not speaking out. And but so it could be as simple as this, but what is he, if the graffiti is calling Henry a snitch, is the snitching about this? Like he snitched? No, because Henry has revealed that this person signing anonymous broke the rules. So Henry didn't break any rules. When did Henry snitch? That's the question. Okay, and then in the chat, John says, looks like a sticker of Texas in the car window. Okay, I missed that part. Let's see, we've got an answer to the Sword of Damocles story. Damocles flattered King Dionysus, and Dionysus invited him to act as king, but with the sword dangling above him by a single hair that was meant to represent the anxiety of ruling. Every decision could have disastrous consequences, and assassins could constantly threaten him. Non-zero chance he's bisexual. Somebody mentioned Matt being possessive of him. Maybe they had a thing going on too. But yes, from Greg's perspective, maybe you could say that Henry snitched on him. Yes, but probably not something that you would write with spray paint. All right, let me see what the sticker that Jonathan was saying he could see in the car window. Oh yeah, right there. That's the Texas sticker in the upper left here. There's the sticker for Texas. All right, so we're definitely on the right track with our Texas theory. All right, the plot is thickening. Everyone is starting to think Henry told the circle about the anonymous note, so he's a snitch. I just don't see it. I don't, you can't call someone a snitch for catching you trying to reveal your secret that they shouldn't have had access to and shouldn't have revealed. That doesn't really compute for me. And you haven't snitched. Yeah, I don't see it. But all right, anyway, we'll be back in 8 minutes and continue.
I'll make it up, I'll make it, I'll make it up, I'll make it up to you.
Jonathan says, maybe we should reread what it said about the bruise on the shoulder. Double check if it implied someone was holding him down with their hand. We're going to do that now. I feel like lately I don't reread all of the comments written in the chat. I'm very happy for you guys to talk amongst yourselves. But someone should let me know if you have suggestions or feel like I'm not reading enough of the chat comments. I feel like maybe I'm not. All right, so the autopsy Jonathan wanted us to take another look at. So we've got a wound on his eye, which could come from falling, but also could come from being punched in the eye. Stab wounds on the neck, hit with an oar, and held down. Now, what's the part about being held down while stabbed in the back? Okay. First of all, we have irregular blade cuts. We've got some various sizes, 3.7 to 7.2. Okay, now, the shape and extent of blunt force trauma to the head indicate was hit by an object consistent with a rowing oar. He then fell face first on the ground, causing hematomas on his knee and his right palm, which aren't indicated. Bad job by the medical examiner. The bruising on the victim's left shoulder here appears to be formed by the hand of the assailant from the force of pinning the body against the ground. All right, so that was Jonathan's point. This sounds like someone very strong who's being held down on the left shoulder while the person is stabbing them. So someone with a very strong grip, which could be Greg. On the other hand, wouldn't be so surprised if it turns out that Henry is having a homosexual affair with like the rowing coach. Okay. So we've got this. These were things found in the backpack. Let's take a look at these. So we've got a pen from Woodlock University. Writes in bluish purplish ink. We've got a button. We've got a phone number that we could presumably call from a bubble gum wrapper, fresh gum, and a card. Congratulations, Henry. Here's a little something that I've always held very close to me. I hope you will cherish it as much as I have. Signed, T. Sorry, congratulations. No, it is Henry. Here's a little something I've always held very close to me. I hope you will cherish it as much as I have. What is missing? Surely that's not amongst these things here. So is something missing? Handwritten note on cardstock. Someone who works for Woodlock University gave him something? Surely not this pen. Button. Where are these items found? Take a closer look at this gum. Make sure there's nothing written here we should care about. Spearmint sugar-free gum. Let's just make sure he hasn't written anything on here. Certainly this phone number seems important. Just an ordinary pen. Sort of. Why is it all red in there? It's kind of weird, isn't it? What is that? Why is it red in there? That's weird. I mean, how could that happen by accident? It's like blood. It's not a note. Is it? What the hell? Boy, that was sneaky. Boy, that was sneaky. Now you can probably guess how to read this, can't you? Okay, I don't predict there's going to be any black light, but I can predict something. How do you think? What do you think this is? The red folder. Yes, exactly. So we've got this odd red folder that we were looking at. Why do we have this red folder? But this is exactly what you could use this with. I wonder how old this kind of thing is. Okay, so what have we got here? You can see that, can't you? We now have his email access code. In the beginning of this box, it said they've got access to his voicemail, but we need a code for it. And this sounds like where he was keeping his code. Still doesn't explain what the business card was all about. Unless it was about this cheap pen. Surely not, though. All right, let's put this back. Boy, that was sneaky. And Kelly and Stacy reassembled it very well in a way that made it very, really disguised it. Why was that really disguised? That really looked like it was just blood or something in there. Let's see if we can put it back just as sneakily. Now that I know what to look for, it looks more like a message, but yeah, that was really sneaky. Okay. So convinced that was a regular pen. All right. Very sneaky. Very sneaky, but not sneaky enough. All right, so keep your eye open for someone who's missing a button. And this phone number. Maybe we'll write this phone number down somewhere. If we have to, we'll make an international call to country code 44. But I'm hoping that we won't have to. Or that the web portal will let us make it for them. And we don't know that. Okay, maybe if we have our little to-do list, let's write down phone number on gum and who is T on card. So we don't forget to do those. And maybe who's button, but I don't think we're going to forget the button. I think we'll keep our eyes open for the button. Otherwise, let's just store all this stuff away. All right. Schedule shows Henry was supposed to meet up with MK on Wednesday night. Could MK be the person who reported finding the body? They were never identified, and an anonymous phone call was made. I like that idea. Some people in the chat were speculating the note might be referencing his watch. That's a great theory. So the note, the expensive watch found, could that be what the card is about? That's a great theory. Let me, is it about the watch? I love it. All right. guessing this just made its way into the package. All right, so that's our physical items from box 2, but we still have website stuff to do. I think that's a great theory that it's the watch that's the gift from someone. Can you compare T's note to MK's postcard? Sure, I don't. It's an interesting idea. It's an interesting idea. I'm not sure what it'd be interesting what it would mean for. Oh yeah, that's for sure. Well, no, I'm not sure. At first I was thinking it was the same handwriting, but let's look at that H. So that's pretty close. I mean, it's got the right-hand side of the H loops similarly. On the other hand, the left-hand side is an angle down, and this is a curl to the left. Exclamation point also looks a little different. This one is slanting left to right, left. This one is straight down. Here's another H without a hook. What else jumps out at you? That E looks very different. Look at that E, almost looks like an O. Here it looks very different. What else seems very stereotyped? Okay, the S's here look very stereotyped. Like, look at that S, that S, that S. They're like little closed little D's. What have we got here? This S is actually almost half the time it's not even scripted. Like half the time they're writing it like printing their S's. And here's an S that looks like here. Lowercase h. Here, look at them. They're drifting into printing their letters half the time. Like it's script, and then they're printing letters. Script, printing letters. What about this person? Is this person ever doing that? No, it's always script. Looks kind of similar though. And why would you sign it so differently? Like one signing it with this T and one with this MK. So I think these are different. I think this is going to be that teacher. But okay, that was a great idea though. Okay, let's hit the website now, which we haven't even done at all yet. Look at this crazy woman. She's going to have to testify in court. We better have a rock solid case, because when this woman gets up and testifies in court, the jury might not like her. Okay,
Piece together the events
Oh, she's
to
speaking.
Henry's murder so we can ascertain who may have held a grudge with Henry and who alibi. We're also missing a crucial piece of evidence.
So we're looking for a murder weapon.
Try to find it. It could provide us with many clues.
We're looking for a jagged knife murder weapon. Who has a grudge? Who has an alibi? And where is the murder weapon? All right. So there was a message here that I didn't see all of. Let's see. Our first assignment. Caroline claims an anonymous note was slipped under her door on Monday, October 15th, asking her to go to the boathouse. This is when she discovered Henry was cheating on her. Find out who Henry was meeting. Ascertain which member of the Cooper Circle wrote the note. All right, so we think we know who wrote the note. It's just a guess, though. But who are they meeting? That we don't know. All right, let's listen to the voicemails. With the code. Okay, here we go. I don't think it's at the boathouse. Okay, the password. All right, we figured out the password. We wrote it down. What did we write down? 4537. 4537. Here we go. Oh, it's just one voicemail.
You have one new message and 2 saved messages.
Okay.
Message received on October 17th at 9:57 p.m.
It's me. I've been thinking about things since our fight on Monday. I think we should just forget about it. I don't know who gave me that note or why even, and I don't know who this girl is, but we're happy together, Henry. So, if you're willing to let her go, I'm willing to forget all this. There, I said it. I love you. Good night. Hey, who is it? What are you doing? Don't go! Who is it?
Good evening, Caroline. Is everything all right?
Oh, hi, Professor McCauley. I'm fine. Just taking a walk. You?
I'm fine. Maybe you should head back and get some sleep. If campus security finds you like this, you'll get in trouble.
Yes. I'll go home. Good night.
Message received on October 17th at 9:03 a.m.
Henry, hello, it's Tom. I've just seen the results. Congratulations, it's amazing. Come and drop by when you have a minute. I have a little something for you. Speak soon.
Message received on October 17th at 3:31 p.m.
Hi, Henry, it's Greg. Listen, you were apparently spotted with Katrina at the library on Monday. The rumors are becoming an issue. I think we can sort this out calmly, but we really need to talk. I'm free today. I'll let you call me back so we can organize something.
Okay, I like these. These are pretty cool. Okay. So first of all, Greg is calling him. That last message was from Greg. Seems totally reasonable. And this is consistent with what he said. Like, the rumors are getting out of control. He can't have his reputation damaged. But he's not like that upset about it. All right, let's listen to these again.
You have one new message and 2 saved messages. Message received on October 17th at 9:57 p.m.
It's me. I've been thinking about things since our fight on Monday. I think we should just forget about it. I don't know who gave me that note or why even, and I don't know who this girl is, but we're happy together, Henry. So, if you're willing to let her go, I'm willing to forget all this. There, I said it. I love you. Good night. Hey, who is it? What are you doing? Don't go! Who is it?
Good evening, Caroline. Is everything all right?
Oh, hi, Professor McCully. I'm fine. Just taking a walk. You?
I'm fine. Maybe you should head back and get some sleep. If campus security finds you like this, you'll get in trouble.
Yes. I'll go home. Good night.
Message received on October 17th at 9:03 a.m.
Henry, hello, it's Tom. I've just seen the results. Congratulations, it's amazing. Come and drop by when you have a minute. I have a little something for you. Speak soon.
Message
That's
received
the
on
guy who gave
October
him the watch,
17th
probably.
at 3:31 p.m.
Hi, Henry, it's Greg. Listen, you were apparently spotted with Katrina at the library on Monday. The rumors are becoming an issue. I think we can sort this out calmly, but we really need to talk. I'm free today. I'll let you call me back so we can organize something.
Okay, so the last message is from Greg. He says Henry was spotted with Katrina in the library on Monday. He wants to work it out. The first voicemail is Caroline saying everything will be okay. And then while she's on the phone leaving the message, she sees someone. And then she's spotted by Professor McCully. And then the morning email is the person who's saying, congratulations, come see me. Now let's listen to these all one more time. What if T is... Okay.
You have one new message and 2 saved messages. Message received on October 17th at 9:50.
Notice the one new message means he never got it. He was killed before he got it. This message is left at 9:57 p.m. after he was already dead. So this is Caroline's, basically her alibi. She doesn't know he's dead by now.
1 p.m.
It's me. I've been thinking about things since our fight on Monday. I think we should just forget about it. I don't know who gave me that note or why even, and I don't know who this girl is, but we're happy together, Henry. So, if you're willing to let her go, I'm willing to forget all this. There, I said it. I love you. Good night. Hey, who is it? What are you doing? Don't go! Who is it?
Good evening, Caroline. Is everything all right?
Oh, hi, Professor McCully. I'm fine. Just taking a walk. You?
I'm fine. Maybe you should head back and get some sleep. If campus security finds you like this, you'll get in trouble.
Yes. I'll go home. Good night.
Message received on October.
Okay, so I guess she's probably heading toward the boathouse to try to find him or something, and she sees someone running away that she thinks might be him, might be Henry. And then she runs into McCully. I think these are different people, though. I don't think McCully is the person she saw running away, but I'm not sure. Okay, now let's listen to the other messages.
On October 17th at 9:03 a.m.
Henry, hello, it's Tom. I've just seen the results. Congratulations, it's amazing. Come and drop by when you have a minute. I have a little something for you. Speak soon.
Message received on October 17th at 3:31 p.m.
Hi, Henry, it's Greg. Listen, you were apparently spotted with Katrina at the library on Monday. The rumors are becoming an issue. I think we can sort this out calmly, but we really need to talk. I'm free today. I'll let you call me back so we can organize something.
Okay. Okay. So before we move along, let's find these professors. Where is Macaulay? And where is Tom? Okay, here's Tom. Probably Tom Fox. But we also have a Thomas Sanders. Okay. So professors. We've got Tom Fox or Thomas Young, who I think is going to turn out one of these is the one who gave Henry the watch. I think you're right about the watch. But now, where is this Professor Macaulay that Caroline has run into? Here it is. It's Sonia Macaulay. Sonia Macaulay, Professor, meets Caroline, October 17th, around 10 p.m. Like, why is she out and about? Tom might not even be 100% student. Oh, Tom's not a student. Tom's a professor. Tom's a professor. Tom's not a student. Tom has a university business card and gave him an expensive watch. That's a professor. I'll bet dollars to donuts about that. All right, let's go talk to these people. Let's ask our person to go talk to these people. All right, where's our requests? It's time to put in some requests here. I want this profiler to talk to some people. Well, what's our assignment again? Find the who left the anonymous note and who was Henry meeting. Okay, who is Henry meeting? That's the tricky part, but let's have our person. Okay, who do we want to talk to? Let's start at the end and go back. Let's talk to Sonia, see if she can tell us what she remembers about Caroline, running into Caroline.
Hello, Ms. McCowie. Did you see Caroline Sheridan on October 17th, the night of Henry Coleman's murder?
Yes, I saw her when leaving my office. We exchanged a few words and she left.
Did you notice anything in particular?
Let's just say she'd had a few drinks, but that was it.
Thank you, Miss McCowie.
Okay, Caroline's drunk, has an alibi. This professor confirms it was outside her office. Nothing really important there that I could see. All right, next up, I want to find which Tom knows Henry. Where's her office? Maybe we can get her office. Yes, you're right. We can get her office. Thank you for spotting that. I forgot all about that. So Sonia's in M2. So, a good catch. Okay, M2. We've got the dorms. And then we've got the professor's offices are over here. So here is Sonia leaving her office. She's running into our girl somewhere. Doesn't really help us, but I guess Oh, there's the boathouse. So maybe she was leaving her office to head to parking. Boathouse is over here. She catches Caroline heading towards the boathouse or something like that. Yes, it is pretty far from the dorms, but I don't see how it implicates anything. Caroline is surely Caroline, who's trying to make up with Henry after he's dead. Surely she didn't forget that she held him down and stabbed him. All right, let's see if we can figure out which Tom that is. It Tom Fox or Thomas Young, or is the chat have a theory that he's not even one of the professors? Okay, let's try Tom Fox. Let me make sure that's how he spells his name exactly. Tom Fox. Okay. He has no connection to Henry. Okay, so not Tom Fox. All right, so now let's try Thomas Young. All right, here we go. I think we found our Thomas.
Hello, Mr. Young. If it's no trouble, could we ask you a few questions?
Of course.
It's in relation to Henry Coleman. You asked him to come and see you on the day of his death, right?
Yes, that's right. I wanted to congratulate him for getting into the White House internships. I had to get him something to say congratulations.
A gift?
Yes, an old watch that my father gave me, being his oldest son and all. It's very sentimental, and I was always eager to carry on this tradition. It was the perfect occasion.
I'm not sure I understand.
Henry was my biological son. It's because of me he's dead. A few years back, he discovered I'd become a professor here. That's why I chose Woodlock. I'd never met him before last year. We started to make up for lost time.
Why didn't you come forward?
My family still doesn't know. I was going to tell them, but with my new book coming out, I was just so stressed. I was waiting for it to be released before talking to them. But then this all happened. I haven't been able to sleep. I haven't known what to do.
Where were you on the night of the murder?
I was organizing the screening of the presidential debate from 8 p.m. to around midnight. Ellen Carter was helping me. She can testify to that.
Thank you. Can you think of anyone who may have wanted to kill Henry? Did he say anything in particular that day?
No, he was happy. I'd really like to be able to help you, but I have no more information to give. I know he was really touched by my gift. It was so important for him to get to know me, but I didn't realize it had even been more so for me.
Many thanks, Mr. Young. I will be back if I have any other questions.
Okay. Pretty cool. It's nice that doesn't jump out as a ridiculous coincidence, because we know that for some bizarre, from the beginning, we've known, like, why did he want to go to Woodlock University so badly? And now it makes complete sense. That's why he's come to this university, because he found out about his father. It's true, though, the father doesn't seem that torn up about it. But, yeah. Now, he said that there was someone that could alibi him. But his alibi seemed pretty strong. Do we feel like we need to check his alibi? He said Ellen Carter. Is that a student, or was that from the newspaper, the debate prep? There is something in the newspaper about here. Monday, October 22nd, 9 p.m. on the second floor. So this is the Monday after the murder, and he said he was doing prep for that. And he gave us a name of someone who can alibi him. I'm not sure, like, it seemed very convincing to me. But I suppose if we wanted to, we could check his alibi. Ellen Carter, though. Is that she a student? Here's Ellen Carter. Okay, so here's Ellen Carter. He's just told us, the biological father, Thomas Young, that this little politician in the making was helping him. So let's send our interviewer to cross our T's and dot our I's and confirm his alibi. She confirmed she was with Thomas Young, helping him to organize the screening of the presidential debate. Good. Okay, so he's alibied. All right. Now things get interesting. Okay, Jamie says, why were Matt and Alex upset about the watch? Okay, don't know what you're talking about. You'll have to remind me. But I see us having two choices. One would be we can try to visit Marvin J. King and see if he's our guy, if he'll admit anything. Or we could see if there's other stuff going on in our, not case log, but might there be police file stuff currently? Uh-huh. Look at this crazy stuff. Fraud, missing person, assault, theft, death. What on earth? Type a year. Okay. Victim Ashley Bones. Miss Mirabelle Conrad was questioned over harassment claims following a suicide attempt by Ashley Bones. Miss Bones' parents have repeatedly reported bullying over the past 8 months. After spending 2 weeks in hospital, Miss Bones was able to return to university. Miss Confad had attended a disciplinary hearing and agreed to pay Miss Bones' medical costs. Boy, that's weird. All right. One of the depositions mentioned they were fighting at the first aid class about the watch. They had an argument about the watch. Alex could have been upset because she saw it as an inappropriate gift from a teacher. Huh. That is weird. back to this archive for a second. It's kind of a weird situation. It feels like we don't know, like we have no reason to be here currently. Is there anything in the start menu? No. All right, so if we have some past case to research, we can come back here. Until then, no. And if we think we know where a knife might have been left, like Matt was found at the Kelly at this park here. I feel like we don't have any good reason to be here. I think maybe we should see if we can't find MK. Let's take a shot in the dark and see if Marvin J. King is going to tell us he was having an affair with Henry. No. So much for that. Well, that's interesting. I really thought slash think it's a teacher. Hmm. So, is it possible that MK is Kennedy? Is there a first name MK? There's no real Kennedy with an M that I can remember. All right, let's think for a second here before I check in with the chat. Our assignment is to figure out who Henry was meeting, which is MK, and which member of the Copper Circle wrote the note. So we have a guess about who wrote the note, but we don't know who MK is. Seems like that's what we're supposed to try to figure out next. Let's look. He's got professor names on here. I want to see if we have an MK professor name. So look, there he is with Fox. Could MK be... That could be our Sonia. Sonia MK Macaulay? Who else does he have as professors? Caroline ran into her somewhere. There's also Professor M. Casanova. I wonder if this girl she runs into, this woman she runs into, Sonia, is going to be M.K. Macaulay. But we already talked to her. Does she say anything suspicious when we talk to her? Let's open up her thing again. Let's see if she says anything suspicious. I saw her when leaving my office. We exchanged a few words. Did you notice anything? Let's just say she had a few drinks. That was it. The group made a comment about her being kind of far from her office. Do we really know that? Like, do we know whether she wasn't by her office? That's very interesting. Can we go to the statement by Caroline? If we go to box 1 and we go to Caroline's statement, she says, I walked home. So she's in her friend's house, Jenny, and then she walks home. She lives in the student dorms opposite the game center. Then I walked home. So maybe the chat was right to be suspicious of our professor. So we know Jenny lives here. The professor's office is here. But now where does Caroline live? Do we know that? Like if Caroline lives in one of these other dorms, then it's very suspicious. But it sure sounded like Caroline was seeing someone somewhere. Can we get information about Sonia somehow? Check Caroline's deposition from box 2. That's a good idea. So this was box 1. She was telling us where her friend lives, and then she says she headed right home. Come on. Then if we go to... I see. Then if we go to box 2 and talk to box 2, we don't have digital for Caroline, but we have physical for Caroline. Okay, after I was questioned, I had a flashback of Wednesday night, she says. I've been drinking a lot to forget. I remember seeing someone crouching down in the distance as I was walking home. It's weird because no one else was around, and I called out to them. They just ran off. Right, we heard that on the voicemail at 10. My memory is pretty hazy. Doesn't really say where she lives. Someone may have told us where she lives, though. But did we write that down? And do we believe it? I mean, do we believe that she went straight home? I don't have Caroline's address. The other thing we haven't made use of is the access log for Henry. Hey, let's see if we can find where Henry went here. Oh, we know where he went. He met her at 29. So he's meeting her here at 29. And then he's meeting her here at 29. Same door. Certainly seems like MK. It could be our killer. What about this bizarre thing where he's going at midnight, 1 a.m. to the boathouse? Oh, that may be the emergency meeting. That may be the emergency meeting of the group. Who's at M6? 1305. That's his first aid class? M6. What professor's at M6? Is that going to be our Sonia? M6 is Thomas Young. That might be visiting his father. Sonia's in M2. So he visits his father here, getting the watch. We know MK is from Texas. Why is that not helping us? I mean, we could just look at archives and see if we can stumble on all right, let's hold on for a second here. I see on this list of objectives, it looks like some of these are out of order. So like we can answer this one. Thomas Young. So Thomas Young is Henry's father. His father asked him to come to his office to give him a watch as a way of congratulating Henry for being selected as a White House intern. We now have a better understanding of why Henry was determined to study at Woodlock. That's right. All right, so that was that. So these are not necessarily in order. Locate the murder weapon. All right, so we still have to find the murder weapon. Surely we're not meant to just conduct a search at the lake house for the knife. Surely not. I'm just going to do it just to make sure that that's not what it wants. That would be crazy. No, we need a location for it. Uh, hmm. All right, let me check in with the chat here. Jamie says, I checked the shredded note. Matt's handwriting matches Reagan. I wrote knife wrong. Okay, thank you. Let's try it again then. Even though I don't think this works. All right, let's search the boathouse for K-N-I-F-E. Knife. No. Okay, that's fine. Okay, let's think for a second. Actually, let's not think for a second. Let's take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Get up, stretch, clear your mind. We'll talk about it when we get back. Lots of good comments in the chat. Someone said they were dropping frames. I could see we lost a few frames. I wonder if it wouldn't be a good idea, actually, a good practice during breaks to reload the page, because what happens is if YouTube gets behind and buffers, you might find yourself many seconds behind the current stream, and it may pay on every break to just reload the page to skip over anything to catch up to live. All right, so couple of points here. Jonathan Warner stepped out, but before he did, in the chat, he suggested something that seems kind of brilliant. He said, I noticed when you were deciding where to search, you could mouse over, you highlighted the lake right next to the boathouse, which seems like a place someone might throw away evidence. All right, so one thing we definitely want to do is search the lake for the knife. Maybe both lakes near there. Great idea. And then someone suggested, Corzicant asked, can we re-interview suspects? So I think that's a great idea. Re-interview suspects. See if we can talk to them again. I have my doubts, but we'll see. We might want to reread the first aid comment because there's something weird about it being penciled in here over this. And then we could try talking to Greta again. Although it sounds like maybe she was too far away to have done anything. But she might know who Henry is having an affair with. And then the other thing is we might just start exploring the police archive and see if we can't stumble on something. Like, I'm very suspicious of this Sonia woman. So anyway, let's try a couple of these things here. Feels like we're missing something. All right, let's start off by trying to search the lake, which was Jonathan's idea. So there's the boathouse and here's the lake. I love this idea. Search the lake for the knife. That is just like, yes. Why didn't the police think of this? What? Surely, that's too good an idea to be wrong. How about if we search for murder weapon in the lake? God damn it. All right, well, what if it is Sonia, one of the professors, and what if she took it home and threw it in this lake? Got it. We got her. We got him. They thought they could get away with it. Thought they could get away with it. Now we know it's one of those professors. Yeah. Yeah, that's good teamwork. All right. So Jonathan thought, hey, wouldn't it make sense? The killer killed here, they dumped the knife in the lake. It was a brilliant idea, but it wasn't right. What it should have said is we searched it, we didn't find anything. But then we said, you know, that's too good an idea to pass up. And our professors live right here. And I suspect he's having an affair with the professor. And that may be the killer. And if so, they may have dumped their knife in here. And sure enough, we found something. Anna says, dig up some dirt on Sonia and the father. All right, let's see what the dive team found. Oh boy, here we go. Only 30 seconds, unfortunately, but it looks like they found the knife.
Okay, I'm at Lake Pelosi. Look what the dive team found. This has taken all day.
Whoa. Oh, it's just a lot of stuff.
Well, we're not short on knives, are we?
Oh, look at that.
We're going to analyze them. I'll send on anything that I find. No doubt one of these is the murder weapon. I'll leave it up to you to work out which one it is.
Oh, that's so cool. Come on, how cool is that?
Okay.
It makes sense though, right? Like a student lake over the years.
Look what the dive team found. This has taken all day.
Now, let's be clever here, right? Because it's all about the knife, but could there be other stuff in the lake of interest to us that's just shown in this video?
Look what the dive team found. This has taken all day.
What have we got? A striped shirt, some pants, a shoe, a box.
Well, we're not short on knives, are we?
And a bunch of knives. We've got rough edges, so we are probably looking for a serrated blade. It's a little hard to see here. But I wonder if we're not looking for a kitchen serrated
I'm going to
blade.
analyze them. I'll send on anything that I find. No doubt one of these is the murder weapon.
Do we have serrated blade on the edge, this edge of these?
I'll leave it up to you to work out which one it is.
God, how good is that? Yeah, jagged edges. I hope we don't have to measure knife blades again. That caused us issues in another case. We do have cut depths or widths, I'm not sure. Yeah, they're going to give us reports, though. Okay, so... Boy, that's pretty cool. Let's see. Locate the murder weapon. So we're going to have to identify the serial number. Not ready to do that yet. Are we going to get the police report here? I wonder if I don't have to worry about, like, is she going to email me? Do I need to worry about my email, checking my email? Let me see. Doesn't look like it. No, she's not emailing me. Okay. So let's go back. When is she going to give us that information, though? All right, let's see if we can't... All right, you guys wanted to see if we could interview other people. theft. You could imagine someone could steal a knife from somewhere. All right, before I get too hung up on that, though, let's see if we can't re-interview people. So let's see. Who would you want to re-interview? We already tried the sister, right? Greta Coleman. No. What about the mother? Like, I want to hear someone tell us about Henry's affair. How about Greg? Let's try to Greg again. Greg Scott. Let's see if we can talk to him because maybe he knew. I already interviewed this person. Here's the transcript. Okay, so pretty cool, but you can only interview them once. All right, so how about, it sounds like you can only interview them once. Now let's go to the case log again. I want to reread the comments about, let's just take a look at some of these again. Is this the mother? No, this is the girlfriend, which I would like to see. Henry gives everyone nicknames. Patrick is Pit Pat. MK is going to be his nickname to sub out someone. Here's Sonia. I saw her when leaving my office. I just want to look at these other transcripts to see if anything jumps out. Arthur has a pendant. Here's the best friend. He was always hiding things from Caroline. He was getting laid elsewhere. The rowing team would often see him around the boathouse. I bumped into a blonde girl. I don't know who she is. Major tension with Alex. Rumor has it she drove her little brother to suicide. You should check out her room. I'm sure you won't be disappointed. It's weird. Alex is the sweet mate. You should check out her room. I'm sure you won't be disappointed. What is... That's very weird. And then if we talk to Alex, she was at Nick's. We do it every Wednesday night. They were friends. They got on each other's nerves. There was tension. Henry came into my room in a panic. He asked if Matt had been in his room. Could he borrow a notebook to copy some notes? He never goes there except the rowers on Fridays. Do you know what he was doing there? No idea. Oh, no one ever goes there except the rowers on Fridays. Henry has his own room. His half-sister Greta. She had her run-ins with the police. Maybe that's how we're gonna get in. We're gonna find out about Greta. Find some police reports. Okay. All right, let me check in with the chat, and then we're gonna try to figure out a way forward here. Soccer game, football game. Jenny said she went to the game at 9 p.m. Arthur's pendant and wouldn't let us search the dorm. Alex has a boyfriend, Nick. Is he worth checking out? That's an interesting idea. Can we find her boyfriend? I kind of like that idea. Let's see if we can't find who Nick is. That's a good catch. Nick Henderson. That's a nice idea. Okay, let's knock on Nick Henderson's door, see if he can tell us anything. I like that. Clever. Doesn't seem like there's much of a reason why he would be useful to us, but Nick Henderson. Didn't like that. Okay, let's see if we can't catch an old case involving one of our professors. Yeah, that's Anna. Sounds Anna and I were thinking the exact same thing. Maybe our victim was blackmailing the girl whose dorm we should check out. I like the idea of blackmail. And I like the idea of someone trying to frame the circle. Okay, but we were thinking the same thing. Let's see if we can't catch some possible things. So if you're right about blackmail, maybe we should be looking for an older fraud case. 2012. Okay, we got 2 cases from this year. What? Henry Coleman is calling? What? Whoa. Here he is snitching on the Copper Circle. Holy cow. On the day of the murder, no less, says Corsican. Holy cow, right before his murder. And it looks like we got some audio here. Holy, wow, this is a surprise. Okay. Well, this is what you call a clue in the business. Okay, let's listen to this.
Woodlock Police Station.
Hello. Yes, my name's Henry Coleman. I'm a student at Woodlock, and I'm calling to report illegal and immoral wrongdoing by a group of people at the university.
Okay, I'm with you, Mr. Coleman.
It's about a group called the Copper Circle. Their network is extremely influential. It includes the university dean himself, his daughter Katrina, his son Arthur, who goes by the name of Reagan in person, Alex Hackins, Marie Grace.
Excuse me, sir, are you chewing gum or something? I can't hear you very well.
Yep, sorry. They use their network for influence peddling bordering on corruption. Notably, a parent of one of its members works at the White House. They have the final say on who gets on its internship program and who makes the reserve list. The family needs to be investigated. It's rotten for the other candidates.
That's a lot of information in one go, Mr. Coleman. Do you have any evidence to back this up?
Yes, I know. I have so much evidence, but someone could hear me here, and if that happens, I'm done for. I could drop by the station tomorrow and provide it all.
Okay, as you wish. The best thing to do is to come tomorrow so we can take the appropriate action.
Perfect. I'll see you tomorrow then.
All right. So, boy, a lot of stuff going on here. First of all, he told us the identity of one of the people. But all right, we got a lot to talk about here. First of all, are we sure this is Henry calling? I'm just going to make a little note. Are we sure it's Henry? Now, he is chewing a piece of gum. We did find the gum at the boathouse, but I'm not sure if we found it for sure in... I wonder if we could find the gum in the boathouse and test it for DNA. Because I'm a little concerned that this isn't Henry. We do have voicemail from Greg. I'm just going to make a little note. Search for gum in boathouse. Because if we could do DNA and find out if it was really Henry. Okay, then the second thing is, this phone call told us that Arthur equals Reagan. Which does make sense in terms of we know he's the conservative one, Arthur. That's who we thought. And Anna is adding fuel to the fire by saying, hey, he got the internship. Why would he snitch about it? Yeah, this is really a little fishy. This phone call is fishy. You know what else we have? You know what else we have? Boy, this is good. Okay. Let me tell you what else we have. Okay, hold on a second. So, boy, this is the kind of evidence you like to see in a game. All right, let's look at this for a second. He says, he calls up, he says, it's Henry's chewing gum. He's very relaxed. He's reporting on the copper circle. He says it's the dean himself, his daughter, and his son Arthur, who goes by the name of Reagan. And then it says, conversation got interrupted, so we may want to see if we can listen to that again. The family needs to be investigated. It's rotten for the other candidates. So it sounds like this is someone who didn't get it. Who is the replacement? Who is the replacement? Yeah, I think this is fake. Now, who was the replacement winner? Do you remember? We can go to the website and find out. Let me just see here again. It was updated list. Arthur. So Arthur's the person who got Henry's place. And Arthur's the person calling the cops to say if he is faking it. He is blaming his own family. Okay, so all right, so I had two thoughts, first of all. All right, let's think about this for a second. I think we need to go back and look at where that gum wrapper was found. But something else occurs to me. Okay. So someone is having spearmint fresh gum. We should keep on the lookout for someone else chewing gum. I do think we should check for DNA, for gum in the boathouse, but here's the other thing. The caller is chewing this gum at 9:35, which is right when our guy got killed. What occurred to me is that we might have handwriting here. Like, here is Henry's handwriting. Now look at these 3s and 0s. And look at these, like, I don't think this is Henry's handwriting. I wonder if we could trace this to Greg. Do we have numbers for Greg? Boy, that's interesting. Yeah, it could be Arthur too. I don't think that phone call was from Henry. Okay, so we do have more documents to look at on the computer. This is pretty cool. Before we do, I want to check something else. Let's not forget, we have more documents. I want to see if you can't find that gum for DNA analysis. I don't know if you're going to find it, but I think it's worth asking for a search. No. Okay, well, that didn't work. That's too bad. Okay, well, look, the knives came in. Do you want to look at those now? All right, let's take a look. What do we got here? Okay, print this. Feels like this mouse is acting up a little bit. Let's not worry about that for now. Let's see if we can't zoom in here. Oh boy, looks like we're missing a lot of frames. It's the website. We've had this happen before. Okay, you might have noticed a bunch of frames dropping. In fact, a huge number of frames dropped. Can you guys see me okay? You might need to reload the page. Let me know if you can see me. We're gonna have to figure out what to do about this frame dropping. Did you experience drop frames? Because something happens on this website occasionally with the laptop. Seems like it drops frames when it gets confused. Let's see if we can... You didn't experience any drop frames? I'm going to see if I can't... I'm going to see if I can't click to print this out. Something happens, no drops, says everyone. Okay. Something happens sometimes. I forget where we saw it before, but something confuses it about the laptop. And it starts freaking out. I want to see if I can print this out and put it on the screen without it going crazy. All right, let me print it out, but let me see if you can see this. All right, let's see this. We'll see if the frames start dropping. Yeah, it's going crazy dropping frames. I don't know why. I don't know if you guys are... Yeah, I can see it's dropping frames. Okay. Why is that? We had that happen to us once before. Let me see if I can't somehow convince it to reconnect. It's dropping, but the audio is good. Okay. So you're not losing time. Okay. All right. Well, then maybe I won't worry about it. I wish I knew what caused that to happen. All right. So before I put this screen back up of our knives, in fact, let me go. It's only when it's on laptop. Let me just go get that printout. All right, there's our printout. Now let's go look at what the autopsy said about the knife wounds. Let's see if we can understand it. So, penetrating wounds ranging from 3.7 to 7.2 centimeters, irregular blade or cut marks visible on skin surface. So we've got two things. We know it's irregular blade. So we know it's not going to be this flat blade or this flat blade. It looks like this one might be serrated. Can't quite tell, but it does feel like it's more likely this one or this one. But now 3.7 to 7.2. Okay, this one is too small, I believe. We're looking for something longer. How are we supposed to decide between these two? Okay, so let's look over here. Here is our centimeters. So 1 centimeter, 2 centimeters, 3 centimeters, 4 centimeters, 5 centimeters, 6 centimeters, 7 centimeters. Here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So how are we supposed to decide between these two? This one's too big. 10 is regular. You don't see this? This definitely goes out to 7, so this would be consistent with 7. I guess the idea is that if it was plunged deep to the hilt, this would give you 7 centimeters, but this would give you much bigger. So it seems like if you cut someone, you should see deeper wounds with this one. So I think we're talking about this one. Okay. So it looks like 1J57, 1J7 is our weapon. Let's go ahead and try this out. I think we're right. The point is cut off on 11, but it looks like it's about 7 centimeters. That's right. So It looks like almost exactly 7 if you... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Actually, to be honest, it looks a little more, but let's see if this is fixed or if it's still dropping. Boy, it's still dropping. I wish I understood that. Okay, but I think our knife 1J57 is the one we're looking for. I hope that that goes away once I switch here. Let me just see if it's... It's still dropping frames now, but if I clear this, is it still dropping frames? Yes. So it's like we can't use the website anymore. It's dropping frames. I'm going to have to figure out how to fix that. Let me see. Can I trick it? Can I trick it into switching? No, it's just in a bad mood about sending off this V4. All right, we're gonna... I don't know how we're gonna solve this. This happened to us once before. It's like the video source... The video source is dropping frames from this capture card. It's like I'm not going to be able to... show you the computer anymore without it dropping. Maybe we'll just take an early break and I'll see if I can't reset the capture source. However, let's do this first. No, can we not? Because it's going to drop frames. Well, it's not dropping frames now. Okay, the murder weapon was found. We're going to say that it's that weapon. We're not dropping frames, so we're okay. All right, so we found the weapon in the lake. Which was location 27, Olosi Lake. 27. The autopsy said it was a serrated knife causing wounds from 3.7 to 7.2, which seems like it perfectly matched the length of this knife. We know it needs to be serrated, so it's only between these three. This is too short. This feels like it would cause deeper wounds. So I think we are looking at knife 11, which is 1J57. So we're going to give that a try. 1J57. Doesn't like that. You think it's this one? I don't understand why it wouldn't be deeper. Let me just look at this. That's 8953. Does this really say 1J57 or have I written it down wrong? It certainly looks like 1J57 to me. You think it's this one, huh? I don't think we need to search for it. It's not this one, is it? Surely that's too short. This is weird. All right, I'm gonna put it in, but I really okay. Let me not complain yet. 8953. You think it's that other one, knife?
So the killer threw the murder weapon into
Really?
Lake Pelosi.
Boy, it really rubs me the wrong way. It really rubs me the wrong way when these games do this. Like, it feels so bad to get that wrong. And when it seems like we understand what we're doing, like, I don't understand why. I don't understand why. I don't understand. It's like so that we're gonna guess it right after you could guess 5 times and get it right. So why do we have to have this bad feeling of getting it wrong? The serration starts at the 3-inch mark. I don't understand what that has to do with anything. The wounds go from 3.7 to 7.2 centimeters. This card is 8 centimeters. So I don't understand how the blade here is like, fuck me. The blade here is like 12 centimeters long. So why are we picking this knife? I really don't get this. All right, don't worry about what is inches. Just worry about that this is the measurement here. Do you think this measurement's in inches and that's the problem? You think this is in inches? I don't think that makes sense. Not sure looks like centimeters to me. I mean, I just don't understand. I don't understand what you're doing making this element in a game. And it's so ridiculous too. You're like, oh, fuck off. Okay, well, it's clearly centimeters. So we should be looking for something 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is an 8 centimeter long blade. We should be looking for a blade that is no longer than this. So I don't understand why this isn't our match. Do we think that this isn't serrated enough? Even that one is too long, a little bit. I don't understand why. I don't understand why we're concluding it's this one, which is like 13 centimeters. Why put this puzzle in? Why put this in if it's so silly? I just don't understand. Someone explain this to me. Someone explain what the point of this game, of this element is, where you obviously can get it right just by guessing. If you're gonna ask us to figure it out and go to all this trouble, why is it so confusing? Not only that, but why when we put in this cereal does it just say, do you know what you're talking about? And then we just guess this one and it's like, yes, you're exactly right. It's just, I don't understand. What are these people thinking when they make these? Like, you've turned something pleasant, you've just ripped us right out of the fun of the game to now spend a half an hour just nonplussed. What we're going to do is we're going to stop here. We're going to stop playing. Like, this is going to be our sign that we need to stop playing for tonight. We'll continue tomorrow. It looks like it's going to take us more than tomorrow to finish it. But this is our sign that... All right, Marco says the 10 have more evident teeth. Okay, I don't see how that makes any difference. Now, maybe your claim is that this wouldn't leave a jagged edge, an irregular edge. It doesn't even say jagged, it just says irregular. But then why put it in there? Why would you design a puzzle like this? Just don't understand what goes through your head as a designer. Yeah, exactly. Why are you mentioning the length and the depth if I just... What is the thinking? What are you thinking as a designer? What's the philosophy of game design that leads you to do this? I don't get it. I don't understand. What is in your brain? Can we try something different? Can we try... Like, we're going to stop here. We're going to stop playing for tonight. Can we go to the hints of this page? Locate the murder weapon. We located the murder weapon, so let's look at the hints for this. Miss McCowie may be able to tell us where she bumped into Caroline. Have you identified where her office is? Yes. Listen close to the background noise in Caroline's voice message. Sounds like she crossed paths with the suspicious individual near a road and a source of water. Oh, it's pretty ambiguous. Only Lake Pelosi. Boy, this feels like it's giving away information that's... All right. Samantha could certainly get dive teams to search the lake. We need to look for a sharp implement, probably a knife. Okay, we did that. Have you studied the police report? Yes. The murderer made an error by tagging the crime scene. Look at the distinctive shape of the knife used. What are they talking about, tagging the crime scene? Left an imprint at the crime scene near the coded message. Could this help us determine which knife was the murder weapon? Check the photo in your case log. What are they talking about? Anyone have any idea what they're talking about? Then the last hint is this hint can. So here is the second to last hint. Left an imprint near the coded message. An imprint near the coded message. Where is the imprint near the coded message? Anyone? Here's the coded message. If you're talking about this, that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't help. The handprint that we assumed is our victims, even if you assume it's the killer's, why would that tell you what knife they're using? You want it magnified, huh? Okay. Here's the imprint that is not next to the coded message, okay? And then here is the coded message. Here's the coded message as big as I can blow it up. What is the imprint? There was a zoomed in print. Yes, you're right. On the new, you are right. In the new documents we got for today, they did give us another view of the message. It's true. We did get this. You're right. I forgot about this thing, but how does that help us? You think that's what this? I don't understand. How is that? I don't get it. What is that supposed to be of? It's true that we did forget about this, but I don't understand what is supposed to have happened. Is it this hilt? But how does it have to do with anything? How does that? How does the imprint of the knife handle get onto this? What's the theory of spray painting this and getting this handle? I don't understand. Can someone explain to me? It is true that we forgot about this. But what's the theory of how this gets made? A white mark in the blade? You think this? What do you think happened? You think this dot dash dot is this thing here? That's pretty bizarre. That's pretty bizarre. And what? So it was lying down right next to this? Well, none of the others. These others are all fine, but this one, when he was doing it, the knife was lying down with its blade right here, and so the spray paint went through these holes. All right. Well, I think you're right. I think that is what it is, but boy, I just... just it's like a I don't know how to explain it. I don't know how this gets done. There has to be better. You have to do better. Okay. You have to do better. All right. Well, the thing is, what's so bizarre is that there's no point to it. There's no point to it. You just put in the wrong answer and then you put in the right answer. It's like, it's so ridiculous. There's some missing philosophy. All right. I've complained for a half hour about it. I should stop. All right, we're going to stop here. We are almost done with this box, but not quite. So I guess our plan is to meet on Sunday evening to continue. The tricky part is going to be when do we play the fourth session? I guess it's not that tricky. I guess we'll try to do it on Monday. It's just a little unfortunate, and it would sort of convenient for us to do these things all on a weekend. Hopefully I won't make it impossible for some of you who have joined me for the weekend to join me on Monday. If a bunch of you say Monday won't work, then we'll figure something out. Board Game Geek Guild for Co-op for Two is the place to post about that. Otherwise, we have two choices. We'll either play Sunday and Monday, which seems like the smartest thing to do. We could marathon it all Sunday, but you can see after 5 hours, I'm starting to get a little testy, and maybe that's not the thing to do. So Monday looks like. But first Sunday, which is tonight. It's 3 a.m. now. Okay, so in 11 hours, we'll be playing our play-by-mail game, and then in the evening, we'll be finishing up this box and starting the next one, maybe. I was having a lot of fun today until that thing. It's like every case, when they did the play testing, they're like, okay, that box is great, but I feel like someone could play it and have fun and not get angry. Where's the element that you're going to put in there that's ridiculous? And the guy's like, well, we could make it so you can't use the lengths of the knife and the depths and the serration, which is what the obvious thing to do. We'll just put these dots on it and make it some ridiculous, crazy thing. Oh yeah, that'll generate lots of anger. Go with that. What are we going to get in box 3? How can we avoid the anger? That's your homework assignment. Figure out how we're going to avoid the anger in box 3. Thank you for joining me. I still think we did better than the previous time. All right, good teamwork, everyone. Thank you for joining me. I'll see you later today.